with children. So this morning, I want us to, with a warm round of applause, I want us to welcome our speaker today, Dr. Ahmed Abubakar Adamu, if he's in the building. Let's clap till he gets off the stage, please. Can we usher Doctor to the podium, please? Please let's clap for him as he comes. I'm sure you were expecting a 6-foot-tall, massive fellow when you saw all of that about him, right? Please let's put our hands together for him. Some of us are clapping like we're jealous. Thank you so much for coming, sir.
The chairman of this session, delegates, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. In 2024 NIES, I presented a paper here on choosing a career in the oil and gas industry. That's the energy sector. And thank God, 2 persons called me to inform me that as a result of the presentation met, they got jobs with the energy sector. One other one called me to say he has finished his national diploma and is still searching for job in the energy sector. And the question I asked him was, what skill did you acquire after the basic education you have gotten? He said he has not gotten any skill yet. And I think that from the backdrop of today's presentation on the skill gap in the energy sector, Petroleum Training Institute perspective. So please, let's go to the slides. Award of the certification. Finally, the conclusion. Next slide, please. Yes, Petroleum Training Institute was set up by Act number 37 of 1972 and subsequently amended by Act number 52 of 1975. And the recent amendment was done in 2004, now called PTI Act Chapter P16. Next slide, please. The Institute has mission, and of course, we also have vision. And our vision is to be the leading oil and gas technological institute in Africa. I want to believe that we have gone beyond that vision. Probably we have to expand it so that we'll say we want to be the best in the whole world. The mission is to train technological manpower in the oil and gas industry. Please, the slides. Yes, to provide competent technological manpower through quality training, research, and consultancy for the oil and gas industry. Next slide, please. Yes, the Institute has objectives, and there are basically 3 objectives. And I'm not going to talk about these objectives, all of them, but we are going to talk about the objective that has to do with this presentation. And you can see in highlighted green color there that the Institute is to provide skilled personnel normally required for the oil and gas industry. And we are also looking at the Institute to perform such other functions. Let's go to the next slide, please. And part of the objective number 3 is to approve courses of instructions. Of course, if you have to approve courses of instructions normally comes with curriculum and syllabus. Or if they are skill-based, they comes with occupational standard. And the objective also is to train professional human resources for the oil and gas industry. Let us go to the next slide. I said I will always talk about the objective that has to do with the presentation of today. And the Institute is to serve as industrial training center offering job-oriented training to meet specific needs of the industry. So we are still talking about skills and replacement of expatriate with trained indigenous personnel. If you look at the Petroleum Training Institute Act, that is exactly what the objectives are. In the early 60s, you have the energy sector, that's petroleum industry, dominated by foreigners. So the objective was to see how the foreigners will be reduced to the barest minimum. So the Institute was given this responsibility to do that. Acquisition of necessary oil and gas technology by Nigerians. As was stated in the citation read by the last speaker here, he said Petroleum Training Institute is involved now in trying to develop indigenous technology for a modular refinery. Of course, modular refinery is just like a conventional refinery, that's integrated refinery. If you can develop indigenous technology for a modular refinery, it means that that technology can be applied to a conventional refinery as well as petrochemicals. Next, please. Yes. We are still talking about the objectives, and when you sum up the objectives, you can come out with the Institute's statutory training programs. And this include training technicians, that is at ND level. And we have PTI certificate as well as national certificate. That's national diploma. We also have technologies at the cadre of higher national diploma. Then we have skill. Yes, the skill-based capacity development program actually is based on the PTI industry best occupational standard for the oil and gas industry. That is where we are concentrating much more. Our ND and HND programs, we take just few students. So our major focus now is on the PTI industry-based occupational standard for the oil and gas industry, which is actually skill-based. So the requirement is that probably persons have already gotten the basic knowledge. Basic knowledge means that a polytechnic certificate or a university certificate. So then we also have these internal certifications, no, international certifications and national certification. Let us go to the next slide so that we can see the PTI industry-based occupational standard. And these are the areas that this training covers. And if you look at the list now, you discover that the areas covers are in a condensed form. Each one that you have picked there, you discover that you can expand and have more skills. If you take process operations, for example, number 2, the process operations there has to do with, let's say, drilling rig operation. It has to do with production equipment operation. It has to do with refinery equipment operation. It has to do with petrochemical equipment operations and all others. So it is actually very wide when you pick each one of them. If you take process safety there, the same thing on and on until you get to data analytics, which is very specific to the oil and gas industry need. Next slide, please. We can classify this skill-based training into technical skills, industry knowledge, and then the soft skills. Of course, the basic skills have not been mentioned here, which I can say basic knowledge, which means that your ND, your HND, or your degree is actually basic knowledge required in the oil and gas industry. In addition to that, you have to acquire these skills so that you will be able to have the basic requirement of knowledge, skill, and abilities to work in the industry. Next slide, please. Yes, there are skill gaps, despite the fact that we are producing a number of graduates, thousands of them every year, both from Petroleum Training Institute and other technical institutions. But most of these graduates are still not having jobs. So why are we talking about skill gap? Why are we talking about skill gap? Yes, if you look at this newspaper's report, it's very interesting. Skills gap slows Nigerian oil sector growth. And if you read through, it is someone that is a stakeholder in the energy sector that is making this statement. That is Bolaji Ogundare, Group Executive Director of New Cross Group and Pan Ocean Corporation. So, let's go to the next slide and see. This is recent, but this particular slide indicated the NCDMB, that's Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, carried out a research and came out with these findings in 2021. What is the finding all about? They discovered that there is a huge gap on technical personnel required in the oil and gas industry. The findings also identified the categories of workers in the expatriate quota, frequently approved positions by the NCDMB and the government. They have to bring in expatriate. Now, what is their suggestion in terms of solution? They say training and professional development programs has been identified as the solution to this. Let us move on. This thing has a serious implication on our economy and the energy sector. Next slide, please. So there is a negative impact. Yes, it affects our efficiency, the operation in the energy sector, reduce our productivity, and then reduce our competitiveness, because the energy sector is an international business. It's not just a local business. So if NNPC or any other oil and gas company cannot compete internationally, It means that there is a repercussion on our economy. Next. So what is PTI perspective on the energy sector's skill gap? Go ahead. We have been carrying out our own research, but we have not been publishing it. We have been using it for our own consumption to improve on our core mandate areas. But these are some of the findings that our research shows, that the skill gap exists in so many areas, including process engineering, process operation, process safety, specifically safety instrumented systems, equipment maintenance, instrumentation and control, and even getting to digital data analytics skills that has to do with artificial intelligence and machine learning and so on and so forth. So these skill gaps are real. They are very, very real. And PTI is doing something to address the situation. Let's go to the next slide. And we are also able to identify the causes of these skill gaps. And the first one there is inadequate on-the-job training facilities. These skills that are required, they are just like, let's say you wanting to train a driver. You cannot train a driver in a classroom at all. At all. He has to be on the vehicle seat to learn how to drive. And in my own opinion, it is better to go that way than the other way around. The other way around I'm talking about is in our educational system, is to teach theory and theory and theory. At the end of the day, we won't be able to practice. The best way could have been to teach the practical aspect of it and then come back to theory. Teach the person how to drive a car. Later on now, you tell him about the vehicle. You can tell him about safety requirement to drive and all those. He will be a better professional driver. So the same thing that is required in these skills, you have to have on-the-job training facilities to train somebody to acquire these skills that are required in the energy sector. Fortunately, PTI has a lot of these facilities. I can't say that we have all of them, but we have many of them. So curricula that do not align with industry needs. That is what most of our tertiary institutions are operating. Our curriculums are mostly, let's say, outdated somehow. We are not actually reviewing our curriculums on a regular basis. There are institutions that are operating curriculums that are more than 10 years old. And the technology is moving very, very fast. So that has to be changed. Then law investment in the technical training and R&D. Government cannot do it alone. I believe that the stakeholders in the energy sector, particularly the beneficiaries of the graduates we are producing from tertiary institutions, they have to come in and invest so that at the end of the day, it is the companies actually that are benefiting more than any other stakeholder. The lack of internship and apprenticeship for young professionals. Most of the graduates don't have opportunity even to do industrial attachment. Talk less of internship. So how will they acquire these skills that we are talking about? And of course, lack of collaboration between the industry and the academia is actually affecting the skills acquisition. Next. Yes, having known the problems that exist, that's the skill gaps and what is responsible for the skill gap. Petroleum Training Institute have looked at the way forward. How do we actually reduce these skill gaps. We may not eliminate the skill gap completely. So we have come out with strategies to bridge the skill gaps, and we are trying to reposition the institute so that we will be able to tackle the major problems that has to do with skill acquisition. And one of the things we are trying to do is to look at new funding and investment solution for all the stakeholders. We're also looking at attraction of requisite interest and investment in promoting industry-driven curricular development. Because to develop a curriculum or to review a curriculum is actually very expensive. That is why most of the institutions, both polytechnic, monotechnics, and universities, you can find them still using all curriculums because it is expensive. So the industry needs to come in so that there will be a collaboration between the universities, the polytechnics, and then governments as well as the companies, so that these curriculums can be reviewed from time to time. And hosting centers of innovation and excellence sponsored by some of these stakeholders will go a long way in solving this problem. Let's go to the next slide, please. So there are short-term strategies to bridge the skill gaps that Petroleum Training Institute has adopted. And one of them is we have developed more certification programs, more than what we used to have before. Maybe 10 times what we used to have before, and we have introduced new ND and HND programs. We realized that the industry is focusing on much more on safety, and safety has to do with safety instrumented systems, that's the process control in particular, and we have introduced mechatronic engineering to take care of that aspect. We have introduced computer science and information technology. Also, we have also introduced computer engineering to do with the hardware aspect of the control system. Our focus actually is on process control and then process safety. So that's why we have to come out with these programs. We have reviewed our curriculums and syllabus. Not all of them actually, some of them still need to be reviewed further. Some have undergone major review and some have undergone minor review. Major review required a lot of money. We have optimized the use of our on-the-job training facilities. I say we have many on-the-job training facilities. Before, we were operating at maybe 70-30. That's in terms of theory and practice. We have reversed it now to 75% practice and then only 25% theory. So which means we have maximized the use of our on-the-job training facilities. We have introduced quality management system to ensure that our training programs actually meet the demands of the oil and gas industry. Then we have also reoriented our staff, because most of them before believed that, look, you just have to have a good knowledge of the oil and gas industry. You have to have distinction. You have to have first class in order to work in the energy sector. But that has proved not all that correct. While it is very, very important for you to get distinction and then maybe first class, the skills are what the oil and gas industry need much more. There are some people that are very good in terms of memorizing things and they can get first class with that. When it comes to hands-on, they may not be as proficient as some other ones that you discover that they may have second class certificate, but they are good when it comes to hands-on. Next, please. Yes, our international certifications are based on the Offshore Petroleum Industry Training Organization, that is OPITO, and it covers technical, basic emergency response roles, and then what do you call it? Sorry, special emergency response roles. Next slide, please. Yes, I mentioned safety as key. The oil and gas industry is not playing with safety at all. The facilities has to be safe. The human beings working there, they have to be safe. So everyone have to be safe. The environment has to be safe. And as a result of that, anybody working in the energy sector must have some sort of safety certifications. And these are basically based on the NIES. Let's move to the next slide, please. We are still talking about health, safety, security, and environment. Yes, next slide, please. There are also welding engineering and offshore technology certifications that has to do with International Institute of Welders. And these are some of the certifications that are required by the energy sector. Let us move to the next slide, please. And there are national certifications too that we are into. And these are basically based on National Skill Qualification Framework, piloted by National Board for Technical Education under the Federal Ministry of Education. We also have the ISO certifications by Standard Organization of Nigeria, particularly the ISO 9001, which is based on quality management system, ISO 14001, which is based on environmental management system, ISO 45001, which is based on occupational health and safety management, then ISO 41001, which is based on facility management system. We take this last one very, very serious. Let's move to the next stage. So among the national certification programs, that's the NSQ framework, we have these validated certification programs that PTI is running. And they are actually generic in the sense that they were developed for general purpose. But we have adopted them and modified them, which means that we have adapted them for the energy sector. We have put in our own flavors that will take care of the requirement of the energy sector. Let's move to the next slide, please. And the PTI certification programs, which I said are the ones that we are giving priority. I have mentioned this one already, but this one is just an extension of the area that we are currently covering. And each of them, when you pick, you discover that you have so many certifications under each of these highlighted major areas. Let's move on, please. Apart from the conventional knowledge-based training, which is NDHND, and then the certification programs, we also have short-term programs that are basically specialized training programs we call booster courses. They may last from maybe 3 days, 5 days, 2 weeks, depending on the specific knowledge you want to acquire. And there are many, I have not listed them, but someone can check on the PTI portal. They are listed there. Next slide, please. Yes, selecting. Oh, you want to copy the link? Go back, please. Somebody want to copy the link quickly? Can we proceed? Yes, next. Yes, selecting a certification program is key. First of all, you have to have the basic requirement, which is the basic knowledge. Basic knowledge means that one may have graduated with diploma or higher national diploma or a university degree or anything higher. That is the basic requirement. And it's not, that's the general knowledge we are talking about there. Then as you move up the pyramid, you see that one have to acquire soft skills. After the soft skills, then the industry knowledge. The industry knowledge, and then the specific skills. We have already mentioned this certification, that's the needed certifications in the oil and gas industry. Maybe you can click that so that we go back there quickly and then look at what the industry knowledge and the specific skills and the soft skills are. Please click on the, go back. Click on the blue link. Yes, we have talked about this already. So let's go back. Click on the blue link. So next slide. Yes, for those that graduated from PTI, when you are taking these certifications, it is possible that you can go for higher certifications. If you graduate elsewhere where maybe your syllabus does not contain all those flavors that has to do with the energy sector, it means that you have to start from lower certifications and then you move gradually until you get all the required certifications. Next, please. Yes, the training and assessment. How is it done? We start the training from classroom. For certifications, just some few hours of presentation in a classroom. Next, we go to the laboratory or workshop, depending on the specific skill you want to acquire, whether it has to do with laboratory and workshop. Then we may go for field study. Eventually, we'll culminate the program with on-the-job training. For the assessment, very little theory. The rest is practical and then on-the-job assessment. We make use of external assessors to ensure that we comply with the standard. Of course, there are internal assessors. Just like in universities and polytechnics, you have external examiners and internal examiners. So the same is applicable to the certification programs. Then there is an awarding body. For most of the oil and gas certifications that we are conducting at Petroleum Training Institute, OCTAN is the awarding body. Next. Yes, there are further recommendations to bridge the skill gap. We are looking at strengthening PTI industry partnership for relevant curricular updates. I have explained this before. Provision of adequate on-the-job training facilities, very key. Investing in continuous professional development and certifications. Most of these certifications expired after some period of time. Let's say 2 years or 3 years, depending on the specific certification. So you have to continuously updating yourself. Then establishing specialized centers for advanced skills development, supporting government policies that motivate knowledge transfer from expatriates. Let me just call it knowledge transfer. There is nothing like knowledge transfer. No company will transfer their knowledge to you. You have to acquire the knowledge. I don't know how. You have to think of how. Then industry sponsorship for skill development and training. Very important. Let's go to the next slide, please. Yes, this brought us to the conclusion. And in this note, let me say one thing before the conclusion. African Petroleum Producers Organization, that is APO, is looking at it that African countries are spending so much money to train personnel in the energy sector outside the country. And it is actually costing us so much in terms of foreign exchange. And they decided that the best thing is to domicile all these trainings that has to do with the energy sector within the African continent itself. I attended their meeting in Algeria in 2023, and it was decided that they are going to establish center of excellence across the African continent. And Petroleum Training Institute was nominated to serve as one of the centers. So with that, we hope that the thousands of dollars that is being spent to train a person outside this country, we will reduce it to something very small. If you look at even the cost of flight tickets to go to those places, and at the end of the day, what you are going to learn there, I'm telling you, if we have on-the-job facilities, it's not going to be different from what you are going to learn within the country. Because going to UK to go and learn how to drive a car is not different from learning how to drive a car in Lagos or in Abuja or in any place in Nigeria. So PTI is willing to collaborate with all stakeholders committed to developing a highly skilled workforce in the energy sector to achieve common goals. And the common goals is to reduce the money we are spending and increase a skilled workforce that will replace the so-called expatriate. Because the energy sector is still so much infected with the so-called expatriate, which I believe that we can even do better than them. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for that very insightful presentation. Do we have questions this morning? You have a question for Doctor, very quickly. Okay. Please indicate by a show of hands so we can pass the mic to you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Okonji Fabian Nogochukwu, a recent graduate from the Federal University of Technology, Mina. Sir, I want to appreciate you for the session. I have some questions. So, first of all, in the course of your presentation, you mentioned updating the curriculum, and then I had some wonderings. You mentioned it takes a lot to review the curriculum. So I don't know if you can go into detail of what exactly it entails to review the teaching curriculum. And then secondly, how does PTI themselves go about reviewing their own curriculum? And then how can it be transferred to other institutions? How can other institutions emulate their own practices to also update their curriculum to ensure that going forward, the recent graduates that will be produced can have better education? Thank you very much.
Okay, let me answer this question this way. Yes, for other institutions, it may require that there should be an interaction between the institutions and the industry. Because if you don't know what the industry needs, definitely you cannot review your curriculum to suit the need of the industry. You are training for the market. So which means that you must know what the market needs. At Petroleum Training Institute, because most of us work in the oil industry before, and most of our graduates are actually working there, and we have a good relationship with the industry. So we are able to get information on what the industry needs at any point in time. So it is on that basis that we are able to review our curriculum. But to review the curriculum requires a lot of resources. A lot of resources in the sense that, first of all, you have to form a team, a technical team in each knowledge area, so that they will sit down and review the entire curriculum. Thereafter, you have regulators. If it is university, it means that you have NUC. For polytechnics, we have National Board for Technical Education. So we have to present the reviewed curriculum to them. They will look at it. They have to call for a critique workshop that will have so many stakeholders and experts in that particular area. And that is where most of the money goes to. So much money is spent in organizing the critique workshop to ensure that they go through the reviewed curriculum page by page and agreed on the content. Then eventually it will be approved by the regulatory body, either NUC or the National Board for Technical Education. So it actually takes a lot of resources to review curriculum. But the key thing is that the institutions have to relate with the industry so that they will know what the industry needs. As of now, most of the institutions are actually carrying out training, not based on the industry need, but based on what they think the industry needs, or maybe based on what they think the students need. So the training is more or less generic. So it is better for us to somehow move to specific rather than generic. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wangu Stephanie, a project facilitator for Bluebird Invest and engineer at Sea Solar Energy. So my question is, for the training, does it require full-time commitment? Like someone who has a full-time job and then wants to participate in the training, how does the person go about it? Or is it something that you can combine with your full-time role? Thank you.
Yes. See, the training consists of basically on-the-job training, on-the-facility training. So, which means that you cannot complete the training online. You can start online. That aspect of the classroom training, you can do it online. But the practical aspect of it, as well as the on-the-job, you have to do it on the facilities, which means that you must be there at that particular period. The only thing with these certification programs is that they are modular in nature. So which means for those that are working in the industry, some of them can go onshore, offshore, maybe 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. So you can use that period when you are not in your workplace to carry out certain modules. So instead of spending maybe 2 months or 3 months or 6 months to do a specific certification, you can spend more time because you are not using the period in a sequential order.
Sir, hello, sir. So I have, in addition to what she said, so for people who are not in the energy industry, like they are in the commercial industry and they want to undertake this program, for instance, you're doing 8 to 5 jobs, so how do you go about it? Because you don't have like 2 weeks off to go to, let's say, your offshore job to do anything, so how do you cope?
You can use your weekends. So we have provision for weekend programs.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Samaliko Katrina Mariana. I'm a CEO of a non-governmental organization, NGOs, that works on a oil and gas policy implementation solutions. So I want to find out, how can you incorporate NGOs in that? The NGOs, we work as a policy implementation, and also we also facilitate capacity building. Capacity building. So I want to find out how you can incorporate the NGO, our non-governmental organization, into your system, maybe for advocacy or sensitization programs, and some other things that you can use NGOs to achieve. Thank you very much.
Okay, currently we are working with NGOs, particularly within the Niger Delta area. And what they normally do is the NGOs get trainees, they bring the trainees to us, and because we know that it is NGO, we try as much as possible to see how we can subsidize such training programs for them. I think we have done so much on that area. The amnesty training was done at Petroleum Training Institute. I know part of it was actually handled by Niger Delta Development Commission at that time. We have other ones handled by UNOPS, and there are many non-governmental organizations that brought trainees to us, and we are able to train them. So we do collaborate with NGOs.
So, as a leader of the NGOs operating in Abuja, are we free to meet you later so that we know?
Yes, yes, you can meet me later. And again, we have our liaison office in Abuja here too. So you can also contact them. The address is the former DPR office,
Okay,
now NMDPR office at Utako.
Good morning. My name is Oshomo Abiodun Adeboye. Doctor, thank you very much. I was actually one of your students so many years ago. So I've done a lot of certification training. I've done like about 6 or 7 of them. But I heard you when you're talking about new training programs you have regards artificial intelligence. I don't know if you can bring those ones up. Let's see if, because I don't know which of them you have. If you have them, I would like to know more about them. Thank you.
See, when we said artificial intelligence, what comes to our mind in most of the cases are the complex algorithms that has to do with the AI. But at our own level, we are concerned with the applications. That's the tools, the AI tools that we can use in our day-to-day operations. It could be technical, it could be administrative. Imagine, for example, let me just take the simplest one, which is administrative. You want to write a report. In most of the cases, technical people are not actually good communicators. They spend so much of their time looking at the technical aspect, but their communication, in terms of communication, they may not be so good. So why do you need to spend so much of your time reading how to communicate when you have the AI tools that you can easily deploy to help you write the report? Again, for programmable logic controllers, for example, you want to control a process. You may not be a good programmer. You may have a very good knowledge of the process, but you are not a good programmer. So why can't you get the AI to do the programming for you? So that all you need to do is just to edit the program and then to upload it into your programmable logic controller, and the logic controller does the work. So the AI tools we are talking about are the basic application tools to make your processes work better. Thank you.
Doctor, my name is Abdulaziz Yusuf, Manager, Environmental Resource Center, Kogi State Polytechnic. You talked about certification, and I want to ask a question that in a situation whereby we want to come for excursion with our ND students, HND students that are running mechatronics and oil and gas, is PTI ready to award them a certificate during the excursion, provided that maybe they are coming for 1 week excursion and they can use that opportunity to undergo 1 or 2 training along the line and be given a certificate? Thank you, sir.
Okay, as of last 2 weeks, students of, I think, Petroleum and Mineral Resources Engineering, Kaduna Poly, were at Petroleum Training Institute to do their practicals. So other students from other institutions to come to Petroleum Training Institute to do their practicals. There are some that comes to do their internship there, particularly those that have graduated from our neighboring countries, Togo, Benin Republic, other countries around. They come to Petroleum Training Institute to get the hands-on experience, either for number of weeks or number of months or so. So your students are welcome. If they are coming for excursion there is no certificate to be issued because they are just coming for excursion. But if they want to come and do some certification programs or they want to do short courses, we will definitely issue them with certificate. For certification programs, it's a certificate of competency, and it's only persons that have passed all the prescribed assessment that get that. But for short courses, what we issue is certificates of attendance, basically. Thank you.
My name is Uche Chukwuwangwo from Visual Capital, and I have a question. You mentioned, in fact, the presentation is all about, bridging the skills gap. And one thing I believe is the skills gap is largely caused by an awareness problem. So I want to know what steps is PTI taking in bridging this awareness gap? What steps are you taking in communicating the impact of the program to the larger audience? Thank you.
I think a forum like this is part of what PTI is doing to actually pass the information across. We attend conferences, seminars we organize to enlighten particularly the young ones, that look, what you have acquired in the university or in a polytechnic is the general knowledge, is the generic knowledge. You have to get a specific skill in order to be qualified to be absorbed in the energy sector. We are also planning to, in fact, the the program or the project is underway. We are developing a website that is different from the current portal that we have, so that all our equipment, all our facilities will be listed there, and the various certifications, which means a website that contains complete information of what you may need to know about certification programs in the energy sector. That's what we are doing for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Doctor. Do we have any more questions, please? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Good afternoon. So my name is Fiki from HX Africa. My question is, what current programs are you working on incorporating to fill in the gaps that include the digitalization of the oil and gas sector? Thank you.
If you look at one of the slides there, in which we have listed the major areas, and I say those areas are actually condensed in the listed titles. And you can see that we have AI, we have big data analytics, we have IT. So all those ones are actually focusing on digitalizing the energy sector. And we are starting that one even with the Petroleum Training Institute. Maybe in the next 1 to 2 years, if you visit the institute, you will discover that we are going to operate on a paperless basis. So all our activities are currently being geared toward digitalizing all our processes, except the hands-on training that we'll find it very difficult to completely digitalize, because you definitely have to be on the facilities in order to get the best out of it. Thank you.
Do we have any more questions, please? Any more questions? We still have a few more minutes to do that. All right, maybe Doctor has 1 or 2 final words to say to us. Or maybe there's something you skipped and you think you want to emphasize on.
Yes. What I just want to say about these skills, just like I have said before, that what we have is the general and basic knowledge. Your national diploma, higher national diploma, or your university degree, master's or PhD. These are generic knowledge, basic knowledge. For us to move forward in this country, we definitely have to move from that stage to the next level, which is to acquire basic skills. And these skills, they are not theoretical and they should not be theoretical, because you cannot teach person how to drive a car in a classroom. Never. And that is the difference between us and the people over there. That's in the industrialized nation. Some years back, I went to France. And you know, these French people, they are very, very patriotic. If you go there and you cannot speak French, sorry for yourself, particularly if you need their help. If you start talking to them in English, they will just wave you, even if they know how to speak the English. Because of their patriotism. And they try as much as possible not to import anything into their country, unless if they cannot produce it. So I mistakenly enter a wrong bus to my destination. And at the point I discovered that that is not the route. I have to come down. And I was asking people and they were not ready to respond. They were not running away. They would just wave. Until I found one boy who is also a foreigner in that country. He's a student of secondary school level. When I asked him and said, this is where I'm going, what he did that time was just to pick his handset and then check the GPS. At that time, there was nothing like GPS in Nigeria. So I was surprised that a secondary school student picked up his handset, used his GPS to direct me to my destination. What did this one show you? It shows that we have to actually change our method. Our learning process has to change. It has to change completely. It has to be practically oriented. In that same France, most of their polytechnics are just small buildings. Very small buildings. But a particular polytechnic will just be focusing on one area, and there will be so much proficient in that area to the extent that whatever knowledge and practice you want to acquire with respect to that area, you will get it in that small building. They don't have large polytechnics like we do in this country. So I just discovered that these industrialized nations, what they are using against us is just the skill. For those that knows about Edo Modular Refinery, located in Edo State, Ologbo in particular, Petroleum Training Institute trained their staff during the pre-commissioning process. When we went there, out of the 28 staff we met, 23 of them were Chinese. So we have to get an interpreter to conduct the training. And I was curious to find out, these 23 Chinese, who are they in terms of qualification? 21 of them are secondary school equivalent. 21 out of the 23. One of them is a university graduate. The other one has an equivalent of national diploma certificate. But these 21 are the ones that are installing all the equipment for the modular refinery. So you can imagine the number of secondary school leavers we have, the number of graduates we have, both polytechnic and then university graduate. But we can't do anything. Even bolts and nuts are imported into this country for the energy sector. Sometimes I feel ashamed of myself as an engineer that is registered with current, that we are still importing this equipment into this country. So, on the final note, let us back the statement of the secretary, executive secretary of National Board for Technical Education, in which he said, skills, 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 not just certificates. Thank you.
A round of applause for Doctor. Thank you so very much for this very wonderful moment. Dr. Victor, please could you come up for a photograph, please? All right, thank you so very much, Doctor. We appreciate a round of applause for him, please. All right. Can we all just rise up to our feet and let's just take a break? Can we just rise up to our feet for a moment? We've been sitting for a while. Just stretch. I didn't say move, just stretch. Just stretch. Can we all do this? Let's do that. Stretch. I see some people holding their bags already, except you want to use that to just, So just stretch for a moment. All right, you may take your seat. One more thing, why not talk to the person beside you? Find out how he or she is doing. Get to know them just for a minute. That's why you're here. Just get to know yourselves for a second. You still have 1 more minute to do that. Please feel free. If there's someone you cited from a seat away or two, and you were wishing you wanted to say hi or just get to know, please feel free. You have the right to lose control. I see no one moving around. Okay, that's a bold step there. If you cited we have someone who is not new to Nigeria International Energy Summit, one of the very dynamic persons we've had here over and over and over again. And my colleague will just introduce her, and then she'll take over the stage.
Miss Blossom Ozorumba
A round of applause for her,
is a seasoned
please.
creativity and innovation leader at NNPC Limited, where she serves as Deputy Manager, Digital Engagement and Social Media Coordinator. With over 17 years of experience, she has consistently driven innovative solutions in brand strategy and digital engagement. Her creative approach has led to increases in brand fellowship and customer satisfaction, surpassing targets while maintaining brand integrity. Ms. Blossom's innovative use of data analytics and performance measurement has improved reporting efficiency and decision-making processes. By fostering strategic partnerships and implementing novel digital media strategies, she continues to push the boundaries of creative brand development and innovation. Please, a round of applause for Ms. Blossom.
All right, thank you so much. The way you are clapping is like you are jealous or something. Hey, just clap now. Thank you so much. And that was really so... I sent something, and then they made it better. So even me, I shock as well, you know? So thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. I guess we're all tired because we've been sitting for a while, and we try to do some form of exercise. Can we do another one? Let's just rise on our feet. But this one, you're not doing it for yourself. Just stand up. I'll tell you what I mean. Now, I need you to hold the hands of the person next to you. Just face the person if you can. Now, do a tug of war. Pull yourselves apart. Yeah, do it. Yes, okay, see these two guys, they are doing it so well. So watch them. Go ahead. So what you're doing now, you are stretching your neighbor. You are no longer stretching yourself. And if your neighbor is unmarried, collect the person's phone number. Tell them I said so. All right, thank you so much. Let's just take our seats. And the beauty of what we're going to do now is it's a topic we're all conversant with. And I've been known to come with gifts to my session. So if you answer questions, you'll get a gift. Someone walked up to me and said, oh, I won a gift last year. And it now occurred to me that, that means I should come with gifts again. So I had to go and make something available. So we're talking about energy efficiency. And when you hear the term energy efficiency, I'm sure you know the three things that come to mind. We could do classroom style. The first is, of course, availability. Do we know that? What's the second one? Accessibility. And then what is the most important one? Even if it's available, even if you can access it, and you don't have this one, you can't get it. What is it? Someone say it loudly. Yes. So you cannot talk about energy efficiency without talking about these three things. But the beautiful thing is I would have to keep quiet about all I know. We have some formidable persons in the house that will have this discussion with us. So to welcome, first and foremost, I would have to get my panelists to sit. So it's my pleasure, in no particular order, to first of all bring upstage Miss Lillian Mado. Miss Lillian, please give her a round of applause. Miss Lillian is the Regional Business Development Manager for Aveva Select West Africa. If you came here with your CV, you should clap better. Oh. That's a tip I'm giving you. Lillian, am I speaking your mind? All right, thank you so much. Yes, so Lillian Mado holds a Bachelor of Technology in Applied Geophysics from the Federal University of Technology, Akure, and a Master's in Petroleum and Gas Engineering from the University of Salford, Greater Manchester in United Kingdom. She's an experienced business development management professional with deep and demonstrated history of working in oil and gas and FMCGs. That's the fast-moving consumer goods. Strong executive management relationships with skill sets that cut across strategy, stakeholder management, negotiations, and business development across diverse industries. You're welcome, Lillian. Thank you so much. Please, let's give her another round of applause as she settles down. And secondly, I would have to call, I almost said my regular customer in my panels. Please make welcome Dr. Engineer Vincent, sorry, I get that mixed up, Dr. Victor Ekpeyong, who is the CEO of Kenyon International West Africa Company Limited. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you so much. So I'll just tell us a little bit about him. He's a visionary leader in the energy sector, serving as the MD and the Chief Executive Officer of Kenyon International, West Africa. With over 15 years of expertise in drilling, completion, intervention, and well control, he has driven innovation, growth, and industry advancements, working with both international and local oil companies worldwide. He's a lifelong learner and philanthropist. He's a what? Philanthropist. He's a what? You know what that means? You drop your account number afterwards. Dr. Ekpeyong has studied at top institutions like Oxford and Harvard. Through the Victor and Helen Foundation, he empowers communities via scholarships and development initiatives. His contributions have earned him prestigious awards, including the UN POLAC honors and recognition from the Nigerian Navy. Thank you so much for coming and for joining us. Please, let's give him another round of applause. And then joining them as well, we have Miss Hadiza Adukonu. And she is the Vice President, Opportunity Maturation and New Ventures for Oando Clean Energy. I will tell us a little bit about Hadiza. Please, let's give her a round of applause. It's going to be a very exciting panel, so let's make them feel really, really welcome and at home. She's an accomplished energy professional with over 17 years experience piloting oil and gas, power and renewables. She specializes in corporate strategy, finance, business development, and project management. She has held leadership roles at Savannah Energy, Oando Energy Resources, Niger Dock, and Petrofac, driving growth and operational excellence. She's a chartered accountant and a PMP professional, a project management professional, and she holds a BSc in economics from the, I almost put great, the great ABU, and an MSc in oil and gas enterprise management from the University of Aberdeen in Scotland. She's a member of ICANN, SPE, and WIMBIS, with a strong track record in strategic partnerships and industry leadership. Let's give her a round of applause. And it's a good time to also say I'm a member of WIMBIS. So if you're a woman here, you want to join WIMBIS, you can meet either Hadiza or myself after now, right? And so to now add again to our panel, it's my pleasure at this point to welcome Dr. Engineer Vincent Adjilo, who happens to be the president and the group CEO of our Adjuvin Group of Companies. Yes, please, this way. Please, let's give him a round of applause. I will share something with you. Yesterday I came in, we've not had a lot of people here, and it was really cold. I went to Adjuvin, they have a tea corner there, am I right? Yeah, so if you want to take tea, they have a tea corner in their stand, you know, really delicious coffee. Thank you so much for that. So let's talk about him. Dr. Vincent Adjilo is the president and GCE of Adjuvin Group, a visionary leader in petroleum, oil and gas, maritime industries, with first-class honors in petroleum engineering from the University of Ibadan and further training from Harvard Business School. He pioneered sustainable solutions while driving innovation in global energy and maritime projects. He's a current certified engineer and a fellow of IOGRHS. You see what I did? I don't know what that means, right? Good. So Dr. Adjilo has influenced industry advancements through major offshore and onshore projects. Beyond his technical impact, he uplifts communities through the Light Global Foundation, providing healthcare, skill training, and economic empowerment, solidifying his legacy as a leader in engineering and social development. If you are the person that had this kind of CV being read, what would you do to yourself? I think you should clap. Thank you so much for joining us. So I will take my seat, and like I had said earlier, I will ask the questions, they would answer. You would also have an opportunity to probably answer some questions, win some gifts, and also ask some questions as well. Is that okay? Are we ready? Are you sure we are ready? Ask your neighbor if you are ready for greatness at this point. What was the response? Beautiful. All right, so let's just go into the conversation. Do we all have a microphone around us? We can share. Okay. You have a microphone? Okay, so we have just about give and take 45 minutes for this conversation. So we'll make it as brief and as valuable and impact-filled as we can. So I'm going to start with Hadiza. Miss Hadiza, yes. Beautiful. All right, so before you came up to, we were just trying to set a bit of foundation about energy efficiency being, the foundation being access, availability, and affordability. And I know Orlando Energy, Clean Energy, you do a lot in that space, right? So first and foremost, what role do you think that Africa's energy efficiency can play in meeting global sustainability goals? And an instance is the UN SDGs, for instance. But how do you see Africa playing a role in that conversation without feeling left out? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And my name is Hadiza. I work with Orlando Clean Energy. And Orlando Clean Energy is the renewable energy subsidiary of Orlando Group. And in terms of energy efficiency, I think it's good to understand that it entirely speaks to using the same quantity of energy to get more. It's important to understand that foundation because we're not trying to, we don't want to even use more to get more energy and get much more. We want to use the same to get more, and that's the best way to measure. And as we have this conversation, I'll go into a lot more detail about that. In terms of Africa, starting from the basic metric of population, Africa we have the highest population growth rate at 2.4%. By 2050, we're expected to be at 2.5 billion. Today, we're about 1.4 billion. Now, compare that to the rest of the world, and let's look at something else, which is greenhouse gas emissions. So in Africa, our greenhouse gas emissions is extremely low, less than 4%, compared to the rest of the world again. So take North America. They have 10.3 tons per person in terms of emissions, whereas in Africa it's about 1 ton. So what one person in Africa is emitting in a month, a person in North America what one person in Africa is emitting in a year, a person in North America is emitting in 1 month, just to put it in context. So for the SDGs, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, we could look at SDG 7 to start with. Affordable, like you mentioned earlier, thanks for that. Affordable and clean energy. Look at SDG 13, climate action. Look at all the SDGs in between, whether it's sustainable cities and communities, whether it's industry, innovation and infrastructure, whatever it is, we have a role. We all have a role to play as Africans and as Nigerians. Otherwise, what we'll continue to experience will be things like what happened in Mozambique, where the fourth largest city essentially was 90% eroded by flood. So for us in Africa, sustainable development goals it plays a very strong role. We're working towards it. As Owando Clean Energy, it's paramount in what we do because our projects have to be bankable and climate friendly. So we're doing things like clean transportation, solar, and again, I'll speak more about that as we proceed. But the SDGs those are the core SDGs. I would say most importantly, it's SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, SDG 9, and SDG 11. Those are the ones that I would say we should focus on.
All right, thank you very much. So I'll move now quickly to Dr. Victor Ekpeyong. Let's take it home a little bit. Let's speak to what your organization is doing. That's Kenyon International. So what are some of the key drivers of your focus as an organization on energy efficiency in Nigeria, especially considering unique energy challenges as a country? What are some of the key drivers that you bring to bear with your organization?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be in this panel session this afternoon that has a discussion or a discourse on energy efficiency. And both of us will agree that Africa, Nigeria actually lack energy. And because of the lack of energy, there is nothing to drive industrialization. Being on SPE board as a member has given me opportunity to move around most countries in Africa. And when you see, in terms of statistics saying over 600 million people are without energy, those statistics are not lying to us. It's actually true that we live in a continent that we have enough, but we don't have access to them. And when I go through some of these experiences, I'll begin to ask myself, what actually led us to where we are at the moment? And that drives me into a lot of studies, and I got to understand that when our colonial masters left this continent, they only gave us political independence, but not economic independence. And that drives my passion into going deep into oil and gas to see what I can offer my country, so that whatsoever we can do to contribute into our economic independence, we can do it. So I'm the founder, CEO of Kenyon International. Kenyon International is a well intervention company. And not just being a well intervention company, we dive into the aspect of well control. And before we came on board, this job has actually been done by people outside this country. And we develop our in-house expertise to see how to take this capital flight, how we can stop it. Because little wonders, you see what things are not going on in this country, because you discover that some people are just interested in making this country and this continent dry without bringing in investment. I'm very happy what the Minister of Petroleum said today in the opening remark. He said that what Africa wants is not loans. What Africa wants is investment. People need to come here to invest, not to give us loan. So what we are doing in Kenyon International is to see how to stop that capital flight. If you look into that data, you discover that there is a lot of idle wells. Most of these idle wells were drilled by international oil companies, abandoned, either because of one or two issues. And some people are just taking advantage of this well. I was in Tanzania in November, and I discovered Tanzania has only 4 gas wells. And these 4 gas wells are powering their critical infrastructure, like a rail train. But what Kenyon is doing now is to go into most of these interior villages and creeks where oil and gas well is abandoned. How do you have energy efficiencies when the raw material that's supposed to provide energy is being abandoned? So we are going deep into these creeks to see how to resuscitate, see how to bring back these oil and gas well. And that is how we are contributing to energy efficiency.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you so much, Doctor. So that then takes me to the question of regulation. And I would ask Doctor, I'll ask the CEO of Ajivin to come in with that. I believe you work with a lot of government agencies, so regulation is something that you're really on top of. So how can African governments, or Nigerian governments in this case, create a conducive regulatory environment to encourage investments? He had talked about investments, but what kind of regulations do you see that would actually make Nigeria a desired destination for those kind of investments, especially in energy efficient infrastructures?
All right, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Nice, Adiza, and Dr. Victor. For us in Ajivin, we deal with a lot of regulators because of our operations. We usually handle turnkey projects that requires a lot of approvals, right from conceptual approvals and environmental studies down to license to operate. So we realized that there's a lot of bottleneck, a lot of bureaucracy along the regulatory system. So we believe if the regulators, for the oil and gas industry, NUPRC and NMDPRA are really doing a fantastic job in terms of enforcing standards and codes in terms of engineering. But the other bit we see is in terms of getting approvals. Some projects we have seen that we can complete within 6 months, but because of regulatory delays, sometimes that can expand to a year, right? So for the regulators, I believe they can provide, through the government, provide incentives to be able to encourage investment in areas of cleaner energy, right? Also in the existing oil and gas. The minister mentioned today that Africa is not transiting for now. We want to maximize our resources. Then when we are buoyant enough and we have sufficient energy, we can now transit to whatever energy we want to look into, which is a very good step. But we need to ensure that the ecosystem is reliable enough, is conducive enough. Security is another key thing. Like Dr. Victor mentioned, areas of our operations are in the creek where you have a lot of challenges with security, right? If that is being curtailed, like the kind of actions the government is currently working on, that will help to ensure that crude oil, for instance, gas, for instance, which is our main energy sources, are being explored, evacuated, and gets to the consumers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We could give a round of applause. Apologies. We should have been doing that because we're having some really interesting conversations here. So that then brings me to Ms. Lillian. So we've gotten the investment right. We've gotten the regulations right. So, and let's say our investors are now in town, right? So what kind of financial models or partnerships do you think are most effective in driving energy efficiency investments across Africa or across Nigeria?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me on this panel. Aviva is an industrial solution company with over 170 softwares that supports runnings of the industry. So now, for the financial models, we are looking at the PPPs, which is the public-private partnerships. This is a partnership between the government entities and the private sector that supports these projects. We have the green model as well. The green bond, this is also a kind of an instrument. So we have several, we also have the financial model, the business financial model. So we are looking at both the financial and the partnership, because we cannot talk about partnership without the financial model. So we are also looking at, in the partnership itself, we are looking at working with the World Bank, for example, we can have partnerships via the World Bank, via the African Development Bank. We can also do a partnership via the local bankings, where we have both the African banks, like the local banks and the microfinance banks, that could help to actually finance this project. But most especially, we in Aviva will be coming in to support the project, the energy efficiency, via technology, innovative technology. In this aspect, we've got support. We've got several solutions that could actually help drive this process. So while we have this partnership ongoing in terms of finances and other way, we come in via but we've got solutions like the big data. We have the asset management solutions. So with our innovative technology, we can actually support the partnership. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think we would have time for just one more round of questions for our panelists, and then the floor becomes yours, right? So let me go to Orlando. I'm very interested in what you do with Orlando Clean Energy, right? So what are some of those opportunities that you've seen across, that you can identify that can sort of support you to achieve widespread energy efficiency in Africa and in Nigeria? Let's start from home.
I think you can hear me now. Yes, thank you. Always a good thing to start from home. There's something I always say, it's all in the elements. When you look at the opportunity, I don't know how many of us watched Captain Planet when we're growing up. But the elements, earth, wind, fire, water, right? Let's switch fire for sun in this case. So when you look at earth, you're speaking geothermal. We have the resources in Nigeria. I mean, I like to also look at it from the context of Nigeria in Africa, because what we do for ourselves in Africa, just as they've done in Europe, you make it one, you make it whole. The Apple outgoing president today also spoke about it. We have to collaborate. So let's look at Africa as one unit, right? The geothermal capacity in Africa is about 150 gigawatts. That's Earth. And in Oando, because of our upstream business, this is something that we are looking into. We plan a 6 megawatt pilot case for geothermal energy with our newly acquired assets, where we have lots of abandoned wells, and we can generate energy from this, so that the joint venture, the upstream business, the operations is not relying on diesel, but on more efficient, cleaner form of energy. If we go to fire, solar, right, specifically, we're looking at rolling out, establishing a 1.2 gigawatt solar module manufacturing facility. And I think this is extremely commendable. It will be the largest in Africa when we do it. At this point, we have just a few facilities in Nigeria, about 100 and 150 megawatt facilities. But the solar capacity in Africa is 10 terawatts. That's 10,000 megawatts. So it's significant. If we go to wind as well, significant capacity. In this regard, a lot of the data shows that there's not much wind resources in Nigeria, but we have reports that we're working on. We intend to roll that out by the end of this quarter, to show that there's actually wind capacity. It's about what level of measurements that you measure at a certain height, say 40 meters, in, let's say, Asokoro, does not mean if you measure at 80 meters or 180 meters. Some wind masts are that high. If you measure at that height in Maitama, you won't get the different results. So we're doing the National Capacity Wind Report, which, like I said, will roll out. In terms of other opportunities that exist, it's sustainable transportation. So we have 2 mass transit buses that we've been running for 20 months in Lagos. Transportation accounts for 24% of in-scope emissions. Passenger vehicles is about 72% of that. So if you have nice, clean transportation. We will all put our cars down and enter them. When we travel to other people's countries, we do the same, you know. So we have these buses, and in terms of efficiency, I can tell you that for the 20 months we've been running them, they've done almost 200,000 kilometers. When you convert that to the energy consumed, it's about 207 megawatt hours. At band A, that's about 56 million naira, 56.5 million naira roughly. That will buy about 49,000 liters of diesel. But guess how much diesel the diesel buses consume? About 90,000. So that's about half, you know, and I think that's extremely commendable in terms of what we've been able to achieve. And of course, for the challenges, I have to say that in as much as we don't want people to give us loans, we want investors. Finance is a major challenge, you know. The green funds and all the like, the devil is always in the detail, as they say, you know. So finance is a challenge. Technical capacity is a challenge. For our EVs, you may ask, who's fixing them? Who's repairing them? It's still the OEMs. We have to develop that capacity in country, you know. And then thirdly, the other challenge is also policy. You know, government is doing a great job, but when you have tariff-free solar panels being imported, and then the input to manufacture the solar panels in country it has tariff on it, it's a bit counterproductive, you know. So those are some of the key challenges. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Please, let's give her a round of applause. So I'll quickly move to Dr. Vincent. I loved when you talked about what the minister said about, you know, pausing on energy transition till we become energy efficient, right? So now, the question is simple. How can we do this? I need you to sort of look at it from a complementary kind of perspective. Like, how can we complement the efforts we're putting into achieving energy efficiency at the first instance, and then working it towards energy transition into the renewables and all that at the second instance? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. So basically, Africa as a whole, we have a long way to go. We need enough energy to industrialize. So we need to generate more energy. We need to optimize our current energy usage, which is the energy efficiency. That leads to installation of smart meters, LED lights, right? Optimizing our usage. Of course, reducing the losses along the generation to distribution, right, down to our homes and the various operations. And also, you look at having independent and mini-grids in our rural areas. She mentioned that over 600 million people in Africa do not have access to electricity. So we need to produce electricity through our own conventional way. So Africa needs to look inward and see what means can we generate electricity. So with renewable energy, conveniently, people in the remote area or unserved areas can generate electricity through solar panels, right? Well, in 2012, I developed a technology where you produce biodiesel from algae oil, right? So these are resources that can be planted in the rural areas to generate even your biodiesel, which is cleaner than the fossil diesel, if I can say. So basically, it's a bit of complementary. We need as much energy, just different, like an hybrid energy sources. That's what we need in Africa. And so it doesn't stop the oil and gas development, and it doesn't stop the renewable energy initiatives. We just have to complement it and adapt what is required for different zones to ensure everybody in Africa is entitled to electricity. In the UK, every home is entitled to electricity. Either you pay your bills or not, you have electricity in your homes. So we need that in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's do a quick audience check. Do we all know what the national grid is? Do we all know what the national grid is? Let me see your hand. We don't know what the national grid... Okay, let me ask. Has the national grid in your area gone down this year? Let me see your hand now. Don't be shy. If your own national grid has not gone down, please stand up and leave us. You're lying. All right, so that's a bit of what we have when we talk about infrastructure challenges, right? So that takes me to Aveva. You know I was coming to you, right? Good. So what are some of the things that your organization is doing or has been doing to sort of support loss of efficiency and, infrastructure downtimes and all that? What are some of the things that you've been doing?
Okay, thank you very much. In Aviva, we've been able to use our innovative models and technologies to actually optimize the use of energy and reduce the operational efficiencies. This includes the use of our solutions. Like I said earlier, we have asset performance management solution. Basically, it helps to predict and to detect the performance anomaly as well as the asset failures. What do I mean? You can this solution helps you to actually know what is happening. Like you rightly said, this grid collapse, we've had over 20 in the past 2 years. So we don't actually need to wait for the grid to collapse before we actually take charge of it and maintain. So these solutions actually helps us to have a timely maintenance and reduce the unplanned downtimes as well as energy losses. We've got also the digital twin, the digital transformation solutions. We are in the era of digitalization, so we are moving towards that. So if our Western world are actually there, why are we still here? So we actually need to we brought that here to actually help to predict this. We don't need to get to the grid point to know what is happening there. So we need, from the power station, you can actually know what is happening. If there's any vandalization, we get to know, and immediately something has to be done. So it's not the era whereby we actually ask someone from here to start traveling all the way down to go check, maybe come back and give report. You know what that takes? Approvals and all of that. But from the powerhouse, from the room, we can actually make decisions. So we also have the big data solutions. This can help the business to actually analyze, to predict, and to visualize and analyze the energy data. So this also helps in the improvement of energy efficiency. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause. We're slowly coming to the end, but then, who agrees with me that when Dr. Ekpenyong was speaking, he sounded like an activist? Did we hear that? Do we agree? Practical. Yes. So now, let me ask you a question now. You would wear your activist cap, right? So she had talked about public-private partnerships. Do you have any of such examples that you can share with us, whether it succeeded or not? We would love to learn from you, sir.
I think the typical example is this diversification of this energy sector. Moving from NEPA to all these people that we are hearing today. How many of us can agree with me that when Nigeria were under NEPA, the energy supply was better than what we have today? I saw a photo recently of an helicopter that was branded NEPA everywhere. In Port Harcourt, we have PHED. I'm not sure PHED has helicopter. I don't know of Lagos. And Lagos has eco distribution and stuff. So NEPA was more, for me, it was more organized. And since they were authority, they had more power to enforce things. And these days, what we see now is that the power sector have been, privatized. There are PPPs everywhere. And government has some part, individuals and some companies have some part. But what we see that is not working. Nigeria is going deep into darkness. we have Gen schools, we have discos, and we have trans schools. And from Gen schools to trans schools, from trans schools to discos, and from discos to darkness. That is what we are seeing in Nigeria these days. So now, how are we going to put a stop to all these? The only way we can put a stop for all these when it comes to energy is for us to set some policy frameworks for us to understand that our energy is not to be exported 100%. Most of the gencos do not have gas to power their turbine. And our gas is being flared. Our gas is being exported. Does it mean that we Africans do not need gas for generally, for energy, generation? How are we going to power and fire down our industry when we cannot generate a lot of what? Energy. So you now see cargoes and cargoes of tankers leaving Africa. Where are they leaving to? Europe and America. So those are the people that are qualified to have gas. We in Nigeria should not do what? Have gas. So what we need to do, what we think is that government need to change some of these policies, and I can assure you, because someone called me some time ago, that this present government is trying to bring gas to domestic. And that is the only way to stop this energy poverty, is to make sure that there is a load gas distribution network. Those that want to transport their gas through what they call virtual pipeline can do it. Those that want to lay pipeline to fire their industry to gas turbine can do it. Those gencos that have imported gas turbine to generate more energy into our national grid can do it. It's only when we bring this raw material down to domestic, that is when we can improve energy efficiency. If we don't do that, we'll still remain in darkness, and our national grid will still keep on what? Collapsing.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ekpeyong. So now I had promised us that the stage will become yours at this point. Let's give them a round of applause. And then we're going to now pass the baton to you. So do we have any questions? And you have to specifically ask, name the audience member, the panel member you want to answer your question. So I'll take, let's just share numbers to make it easy. So that's a 1, 2, 3. We could take 5, 4, and 5. Thank you very much. So we'll just do it quickly. Please, no comments, no in addition, just questions, straight to the point. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Christopher Asuko, and I'm from NNPC EMP. Great conversation so far. I have 3 questions, but I will just be fast with it. Okay, 1. Okay, I'll blend them into 1. So, first is the implementation of AI technologies using some models. The question that comes to mind is, these models use huge computation power, right? And if you don't have energy to run these models, how would, I don't know the name of the company, Aviva, generate energy to run models that can give us effective predictive analysis, especially for national grid breakdown? And then the last question is on the PPP. He talked about regulatory uncertainties, and I don't know how it affects the PPP in terms of adjusting to dynamic changes in the policies. So how does this affect PPP projects, and how would the company adjust to these policy adjustments? And finally, please, it's the cost benefit. I'm looking at, we talked about we don't need loans, we need investors. Let me stand from the point of an investor. I'm going to look at the cost benefit analysis, right? And that's to Mrs. Hadiza. What are the economic benefits of energy efficiency investments versus the upfront costs? I mean, you've done several projects. What do you look at? What are the metrics you consider
All right.
in addition to all this. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. So just a breather there. So you have one question, you have one. Who has a question for Dr. Ekpeyong? So we can take that. Yes, please, just ask that. Then we'll quickly answer and come back to you. Is that okay? Yes, thank you. I hope you got your questions. This one is like jump question. No?
So good afternoon,
Right.
everyone. I'm Umar Ibrahim from Abuja Tafawa Balewa University, Bauchi. My question is to Dr. Victor. I did my IT, that's internship in Gas Aggregation Company of Nigeria. I get to realize that as a fresh graduate from the university of any institution in Nigeria, you are not suitable or qualified to be employed in the oil and gas sector. Then I have to go and do my research. I went to NCDMB. I discovered that they have a joint Q qualification, JQS. So my question to Dr. Victor, because he's doing well, I never met him in person, but I have benefited from his programs. I think recently a laptop. I never met him, but through my dedication toward oil and gas. So my question is that, is there any policy that, despite he is a private company, is there any policy that he can bring for the CEOs of private companies in Nigeria that can give a fresh graduate a platform or a training background that they can be employable to the labor market after graduation? Because it's so boring after NYC.
All right, thank you. I think that's a very important question. Let's just give him a very big round of applause. And then we're going to start from Dr. Vincent, and then just quickly move. Yes, the microphone. All right, so my panelists, please do me a favor, 2 minutes or 1 minute, 30 seconds. I will be very grateful. I will smile with you after now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the comment on the regulatory uncertainties. That is very real in Nigeria operation. So I feel the government needs to just ensure that irrespective of changes in government, that projects are kind of prevented from any unnecessary regulatory changes. Most times it increases the cost of delivering the project. Time is being wasted as well. And of course the benefit is being deferred to the consumers. So as project managers in Ajivin, we always put that as part of our contingencies, so to say, and ensure we have a good relationship with the regulators. Irrespective of the changes, we're able to ensure that it doesn't impact directly on our project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Straight to the point. I hope that answered your question. If it did not, as he's walking down the stage, I give you permission to go and continue the conversation with him. So, same here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. Okay, I will say just this simple adage to use the little you have to get what you want. So you can use, from where we are talking about moving forward. We are somewhere. So we are talking about how do we move past where we are. So we've got the solutions. We are here to support the little. It's not like we are out of energy totally. Yes, we are still trying to, we are up and down. So what we are saying is, how do we move past where we are? So we brought the solution that will stop the let me use the word off NEPA we've been having into having a more stable light. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me take Ms. Hadiza, and then we'll conclude with Dr. Victor for this series. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Thanks for the question. Interestingly, that's a very, very sore point for a lot of players in the clean energy business. The cost is high. And the cost is high because the technology is still being developed. You know, a lot of work is going into it. I'll use the example of our buses. When we bought our buses in 2023, 22 into 23, the cost of those buses was $406,000 each. It cost another almost 100 million to clear and do all the work. if you compare with the other buses, diesel engine buses, internal combustion engine, it's maybe $150,000. But you now have the cost in diesel and everything. So the capital expenditure on this clean energy business is high. I know you're a public sector person, so you're looking at cost-benefit analysis. We as private sector look at our IR, internal rate of return. For most of these projects, it doesn't compare with the oil and gas upstream returns. It's a lot lower where, so the benefits, the real benefit is actually qualitative. It's not the numbers. You get the numbers, but it's not high. It's qualitative. It's the planets. I said earlier that Africa contributes about 4% to greenhouse gas emissions. When it's time to enjoy the benefits, or, it's really the reverse. It's 100%. Everybody is getting the harm from climate change, So that's the way I like to tell the story. It's not just the numbers, it's the qualitative, because that affects all of us and future generations to come. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And Dr. Ekpenyong, please.
I seem to disagree with you that young graduates are finding it difficult to get employed in an oil and gas company. I think NNPC just advertised not quite long. They weren't looking for experienced people. They were just looking for young graduates, which I believe that a lot has been shortlisted. And in our company, we employ a lot of fresh graduates that have never had any experience before. I think even 99% of the people we have in our company that started with us are fresh people that never had any single experience before. So don't have that belief that you must gather all the experiences for you to work in an oil and gas company. It's not true. It's not true. So just make up your mind which sector you want to work for and approach the sector. And having God at your back, knowing that God always makes a way where it seems to be no way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Victor. Let's please give them another round of applause. We're going to do a bit of audience check at this point. I need someone here that knows the name of all the people in the panel and their organizations. You can just tell us. Of course, you are not an organizer, right? You are just a guest seated. Anyone? Anyone? Yes, you do. Please, let's give him a microphone. Let's be sure that means you paid attention when we were introducing them. Well, let's hope you're right. So tell me their name, their companies. Yes. Are you ready?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Let's keep quiet. Let's be sure he's saying, he's not making up stories for us right now. Okay.
Okay.
You can start from there. Yes.
Yes, that's Engineer Dr. Jane Vincent.
His company, if you can.
Yeah, Ajivin.
Okay. 100%. Number 2.
No, sorry. Can I just go like
Oh, yes. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay,
Exclude me. Don't worry about me.
Okay,
Yes. Yes.
This is Hadiza Ajinkuli or something.
That's fine. The company.
Yeah, Owandu.
Okay.
Yeah.
Number 3.
This is Dr. Victor Ekpenyong.
Okay.
Kenyon.
You've tried.
Yeah.
And number 4. Someone should whisper to him now. Help his ministry.
Lillian Umba. Umadu. Sorry.
Yes,
Lillian
yes,
Umadu.
yes. The company.
Aviva Select.
That is fine. Let's give him a round of applause. And you have a gift for paying attention. Yes, someone is bringing a gift to you. Yes, we know that. Someone is bringing a gift to you. Please, can we celebrate him? He paid attention. Like we have everybody here, and he's only one person that can get that, right? What's your name? All right, so after that, please see Dr. Ekpenyong. He might have a vacancy for you. Thank you. I'm only just pulling his leg. But if he walks out, remember to pay some tithes to me, right? All right, so we had some more questions. You have one, and I think I saw a hand at the back. Yes, we have 2. No, sorry, we had shared the numbers earlier, sir. Apologies. So we have you, sir, and then yourself. Let's have your questions quickly so we can wrap up. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the insightful conversations. So I had two questions, but the second one has already been answered as pertaining to young people trying to get in. Then the first question goes to Dr. Victor. When I was asking, you know how the minister said that we should start from what we have, like in terms of oil and gas before the energy field. So I do have like a small bit of experience with Transmission Company of Nigeria. And then I was just thinking like the amount of money to buy transmission lines, the losses that are incurred, like isn't it better to put that money in the renewable energy sector? I'm not saying like alienate the oil and gas, but when I think of the costs, you know, buying these lines, buying transformers, isn't it more cost effective focusing on the abundant natural resources that we already have?
All right. Thank you so much for that. That will be all. Thank you. The second question. Thank you so much, lady. So that's for you, Dr. Vincent. Okay. All right. Let's give him a microphone, please. All right.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Safis, and my question is to Dr. Victoria. Please, I want to know if there are initiatives out there, programs, maybe by the government or private sector that is able to provide maybe installment payment for families, you know, that I want to maybe use renewable energy, maybe wind, solar, or whatever it is. That I don't know if there's a way or if there's a policy supporting such programs for people to actually use renewable energy. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. So we'll have the responses quickly. And if you also have something to add to those questions, please feel free. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you for your question. Regarding the purchase of transmitters or generation systems to build in renewable energy. We need a lot of energy to power the industry. I mean, and of course, for renewable energy, usually, to be able to generate the kind of energy requirement, you need high capital expenditure, like she mentioned. For instance, you have to generate, if you want to build a wind power system offshore, it costs you more. So it's easier to upgrade what you have, right, based on our current status and financial capabilities as a country, than investing in something completely new, right? And that requires, for every new system, you need to consider new transmission as well. Even with solar energy, even with wind power, you still need to consider how to transmit that generated energy to the various consumers. So that's why it's easier. However, what the oil and gas is doing is trying to ensure that production of oil and gas is done in an environmentally friendly manner to reduce our carbon footprint. She rightly mentioned our current carbon emission is 3% compared to America, China, that contributes over 50% of the global carbon emission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, Dr. Victor, your question. He had asked about programs available to support people to move to renewables.
I think I've heard about there are some banks that give loans for people that want to buy solar panels and you want to install renewables in your home. I think apart from that, the federal government is also having a program for CNG buses and for people that want to convert your combustion engine to CNG engines and all this stuff. And these are the ones that I've heard about. And for me to just add up to what my brother just said here about renewable, someone asking about moving from the traditional one we have now to renewable instead of spending so much money. Please, the low-hanging fruit we have in Nigeria now is gas, and gas is clean energy. And we have a lot of installed base. What I mean by installed base, the gas turbine installed in this country, 50% of installed base has not been utilized because of lack of what? Gas, having access to gas. And just to end up here, that is why we here in Kenya International, that is what we are trying to do now. We have laid a lot of gas pipeline from wells, producing wells close to flow station because of the new policies of the government to bring gas to domestic market. And that is what we want to focus on now. And I can assure you, in the next couple of years, you will see a lot of turnaround. Exxon just divested to Seplat. Seplat is about to lay a gas line. That is what the minister said today. A gas line from the offshore to QIT means that there is going to be a lot of gas supply. So there's going to be a lot of energy improvement in the coming years because the government is now interested to make sure we bring gas back to domestic market instead of 100% of 80% export.
Very much. So do we have any other of our panel that want to add to what has been asked? All right. So at this point, we'll do a final audience check, and then we'll take our picture. I have this extra gift. Who wants this? All right. Who wants it? That's okay. Who wants this book? That's okay. Take. What did he do? What did he do? He took action. I said, who wants this book? We all raised. Am I to bring it to you? Please, let's give him a round of applause. He understood the assignment. Thank you so much, ladies, gentlemen, and of course, myself. Was I okay? If you score me over 10, what would you score? If you say 1, please, just keep it to yourself. Let's say that again. What would you score me? Thank you very much. Please, let's stand up and let's get Dr. Victor. We have a lot of doctors. Dr. Victor, Dr. Blossom, Dr. Hadiza. All right, so please, let's get our organizers so we can take a quick group photo. Have you enjoyed yourself, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much for joining us. We celebrate you. Thank you.
Going to come up and then you understand it, you're going to read up the list. I want the distraction to go. Is he already? So we introduce that. We introduce them. I want to get to. No, no, put it on the screen. You don't have to put it up on the screen. Right? Let's give it some time to clear up. Let's give him some time to clear up. Yeah. Kabir. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have another very quick presentation, and that will be on the energy trifecta. So this afternoon, we have our presenter here. We won't bore you with so much talk. So we'll introduce our presenter right away, and then he'll hit up the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, our presenter. Technical, please. On the screen. Let's have his bio up, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kaviru Rupraj has more than 10 years of experience in the industrial automation industry. Many of these years were spent working as a system integrator as well as a solution architect. During his working career, Mr. Kaviru gained invaluable experience in various industries such as automation, food and beverage, and mining, etc. So with a round of applause, let's make welcome Mr. Kaviru Rupraj. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for giving this opportunity to explain how Aviva software can actually enable you to achieve the energy trifecta. Okay? So we're going to be speaking a bit on products, but firstly, I want to explain to you who Aviva is. Okay? Okay, so as an industry leader, we know much is expected of us. Okay, that is why we have articulated a vision of 3 ways in which we can demonstrate leadership and across our environmental, social, and government. Okay? Our technology handprint is the first. We also have our inclusive culture and our operational footprint. Okay? And the actions that we take daily to further enable or embed sustainability into our operations, our culture, and core business strategy are guided by our ESG vision. Okay, so with our deep customer relationships, it drives our innovations, and we are proud to partner with some of the world's most innovative companies that we work with and help deliver innovation in diverse industries. Okay, so here you can actually see the breadth and scope of our operations with over 6,500 employees and 5,500 different partner networks. It truly is a global ecosystem that we have. Okay. You can also see the scope and depth of our R&D. So with 10 R&D hubs and 20 project centers and more than 2,000 people employed in driving innovation across the entire company. Okay, so Aviva Select is in Africa for Africa. Okay, so we have presence all over the continent. So we have Southern Africa, West Africa, as well as East Africa that we support. Okay. And we provide solutions rather than softwares in order to achieve what you as an organization require. Okay, so we don't just give you a software, we help you. We want to understand what you want to achieve, and we guide you, we help you, and we try and go that extra mile with our customers. Okay, so with the Aviva portfolio, there's 9 different parts. So you have your visualization. Okay, so you have your product optimization, your planning and scheduling, and also simulation learning, and what most of Nigeria actually utilizes at the moment is our engineering and execution. However, there is a layer above that, which is your operations control. Okay. So Aviva Operations Control, it brings software to your teams that need to operate. Okay. So it helps them to visualize, to control the plant, your whatever control we have, you can actually control from your control room. Okay. And we have different layers. So if you look at the bottom, there's your operations control layer. And just above that, we have engineering information, which is critical. Right? And all our softwares are actually agnostic, meaning you can connect to any driver. Okay? And then just above that, you have simulation learning. So prior to actually being implemented in the field, you can simulate what your strength of materials, what your process would look like, so you know what to expect, what throughputs to expect. Okay? Then you also have the enterprise visualization. Now this is actually one of the best concepts that you can actually make use of. It actually enables your organization on an enterprise level to monitor across multiple sites what is actually going on in your organization, be it financial, be it your operational efficiency. But I'll actually wait till the end and I'll show you a demonstration video of what it actually looks like. Okay, so you have different levels of automation. Okay, so depends on what your needs are. If you have a little machine or a single node, you can make use of the Aviva Edge, right? And as you go along, you see that the graph tends to go towards the level of automation, and you can actually select a software from our suite to actually serve a specific purpose in your organization. Okay. So some of the typical industry use cases. So as we mentioned, Aviva Edge is typically used for your machine builder or OEMs. So as an OEM, how can this benefit you? You can actually embed your own custom application onto your equipment for control of your equipment. You can read your I/O and so on. And you also have your system platform, which is more an enterprise level kind of software, being able to control distributed systems. So if you have distributed systems, so let's say take for example, you have one in Lagos, one in Port Harcourt, one in Abuja, you can actually deploy a single application to each of these sites in order to control, to visualize, to monitor. Okay, so it brings it up to an enterprise level. Okay, so just some of the differentiators. So with system platform, you have responsive visualization, meaning it can actually adapt to any type of device. You have tablets, phones, so on. You can control your plant from an actual phone, from a tablet. One of the newer things that I saw, you were actually able to control it from your car. If your car has internet connection, you can actually control it from a web client in your car. Okay. You can get a view of what's actually happening. Okay. Then you also have your plant SCADA. So your plant SCADA is also your mining kind of software that enables libraries that basically make your engineering time reduce and gives you more functionality. Okay, so the first topic is Aviva Edge. Okay. So basically, what is Aviva Edge? So Aviva Edge is a highly scalable, flexible software that provides tools for everything from advanced HMI SCADA to small footprinted embedded applications. So basically, this can actually run on, if you've ever heard of a device called a Raspberry Pi or Arduino Uno, you can actually run this type of SCADA application on these devices. It's lightweight. It runs on Microsoft or Windows 10 embedded. Okay, so you can actually make use of this. It actually runs on Linux as well. So it's for smaller applications, lightweight applications. Okay. And it enables, or it provides you with a rich set of intuitive, secure, and highly maintainable SCADA libraries or applications for any industry that you may have. Okay. And one of the key things about this is that it can connect to any controller. Okay. So it has everything that's required to connect to more than, it's actually 150 or more drivers. Okay, and you can pull data or I/O from any of these. So some of the key features and benefits. So it's portable. You can develop an application once and deploy anywhere. You have the feature of being mobile. So you can access applications on any device that makes use of an HTML5 browser. You also have interoperability, so you can integrate seamlessly with any of the Aviva portfolio softwares, okay, and a wide range of other systems. Then you also have flexible architecture. So it supports various architectures, from simple HMI to enterprise level SCADA systems. Okay, and it also reduces your downtime in your organization or in your plant environment. Then, yeah, you also have scalability, so it can actually scale from a machine to an enterprise SCADA. Okay, so the next topic is the Aviva system platform. What I'm actually explaining to you is the different softwares in our portfolio that can enable you and your organization to achieve and meet your needs for plant optimization. Okay, so this is basically a industrial software platform, and it utilizes your Microsoft technologies such as SQL Server, Windows, as well as your .NET framework. So you can actually monitor and visualize applications in your plant. Okay, then we also have another visualization that's built on top of system platform, which is your operations management interface, or OMI. Okay, so this is a highly flexible SCADA package that enables convergence between IT and OT. Okay, it provides a rich engine to actually create applications that provide a modern look and feel. Okay, and it is installed as part of the previous software, which is system platform. So you can actually utilize this to create that enterprise kind of SCADA. Okay, so one of the key features and benefits about OMI and system platform is that you have standardization and reusable engineering. What does this mean for you as an organization? This actually enables you to create a template and reuse that without having to re-engineer a template or a object. So for example, if you have a flow meters are common. There's commonalities between all of them. You can actually make use of that, create once and deploy. Okay. Then you also have responsible development, like I mentioned. You can actually scale it to a different device, be it your tablet, phone, laptop, monitor, whatever it may be, without having to re-engineer. And third-party integrations refers to the being able to integrate with almost anything, right? To take your SCADA system to the next level, to be able to control your plant, to give you the most efficiency and throughput. Okay. What we see is, or what does that all translate to? Okay, so what we saw now was OMI. And this is a result of OMI, making use of OMI, Operations Management Interface. It can basically bring together all your systems in your plant, be it ERP systems, LMS systems, geographical maps to plot your your KPIs on a map type of view. Okay. Okay, then you also have your Viva InTouch. So this is a graphic visualization that helps you to monitor and control your plant. It's from a single node to a dispersed node as well. Okay, so geographically dispersed. You can actually deploy this out for your operations. Yeah, and you also have the basic thing about InTouch is that it's been in the industry for 30 years or more than 30 years. So it understands all the requirements that you need. Right? So it's been perfected. It does serve everything that you need. Okay? And it's been in all industries, be it food and beverage, mining, oil and gas, so on. It's there. Okay? Okay, so what does it provide for you? What's the key features and benefits? It provides you with remote access. So being able to control or visualize your plant from any device, being able to just have it on your phone, and being able to view your KPIs, your actual plant state on your phones, alarms and so on your phone. Okay. It provides you with situational awareness. Situational awareness is one of the key concepts for designing a SCADA system. Okay. It enables your operator to perform their job or their task in a more efficient way. It provides them with a grayscale kind of look and brings their attention to what's needed at the time. Okay, so being alarms and so on. Okay. And then you also have native cloud support. So you can actually store graphics in the cloud, and if needed, if you have a geographically dispersed site, for standardization, you can actually share this graphics, so you don't have to reuse or re-engineer your graphics. Okay. And like I mentioned, with more than 30 years of industry experience, it's unparalleled investment protection. Okay. Sorry, can you go to the next slide? Okay, so Aviva Plant SCADA. So basically this is a superior operational context, right? And built-in functionalities that consolidates and simplifies and optimize your control. It has intuitive configuration tools and powerful engineering. Okay? So typically used in the mining industry. However, it's more diverse than that. It can be used in power engineering as well, or power industries as well. It's quite robust. It has all the libraries and functionality that you need to actually utilize this in those industries. Okay, so how does Plant SCADA actually help you as an organization? It increases your operator awareness. You can utilize the advanced alarming capabilities that it provides to you. Okay? So being able to draw your attention to a specific alarm in a more advanced way. And it also has simplified engineering, as well as you can flexibly deploy this anywhere on any system. So we also have reporting software. So we have something called reports for operations. So this is a solution which is easy to use. It's just a matter of dragging and dropping your the graphics or the context that you need for building a dashboard, okay? And you can have things like your performance, your production and compliance reporting to all industries. And it is easy to use and scalable all in one solution. Okay, so with reports for operations, it doesn't need any coding. It's just a matter of dragging, dropping, and you have what you need. Okay, you have versatile reporting, and you also have automation. So you can actually automate your reports. You don't actually have to go and manually get your reports generated. You can trigger it. You can have it on an automated schedule. Okay, it pulls in all the data that you require. Go back. You have to go back. Back. Okay, and then you also have customization. So it allows you to connect almost to almost any driver that's out there in the industry. Okay, and it's also user friendly. Like I mentioned, simple drag and drop. Okay. Okay, so if you've been in the industry, you would know the buzzword of Aviva Pi. Okay. So how does Aviva Pi actually connect to your operations control? Okay. So it supplies your entire unified operations center. Okay. So it actually supplies your bottom layer with all the information that you require. It can actually source data from almost any point or data source that you out there. Okay. So with Aviva Pi, there's three main concepts. There's your scope, your scale, and your security. Okay. So your scope. So with your scope, like I mentioned, you can connect to almost any industrial driver. Sorry about that. Almost any industrial driver that's out there. You can even pull things like your Excel documents, pulling data from Excel documents with your data link. Okay? You can scale. So we understand that as your data increases, so does the system's requirements. And with Aviva Pi, it can scale up to 2 million tags. And it can also increase the throughput at which it actually it delivers the information. And it also has enhanced security. So being able to integrate with your operating system in security as well as your Active Directories and so on. Okay, so the other thing that it enables you to do, in an organization, you need to get data, specific data to specific people. Aviva Pi allows you to do that. You don't want the data to go to everybody. It's being able to present contextualized data to your data consumers. Okay, so this Aviva Pi system actually enables that for you. Okay, so some of the benefits is that it's an easy-to-use solution. You can drag and drop for creating dashboards using Aviva Pi Vision. Okay, and it's real-time data that you have access to. Okay, and the next part is, one of the growing trends is being able to utilize the cloud for accessing data. How does this actually help you? It reduces your hardware costs, your infrastructure costs. because everything is maintained in the cloud. All you need is a stable internet connection, and you basically have all the information on a cloud premise. It also enables additional functionality whereby you can actually analyze or utilize the analysis tools, machine learning, AI in the cloud. And there's no maintenance for you to complete this. Everything is done and hosted in the Aviva cloud. Okay. So with Aviva Connect, you have trusted intelligence. You can provide insight into your data. And you also have a unified experience. So being able to connect your organization at an enterprise level. Okay. And what it also enables is an empowered ecosystem. So you want to share data with your vendors. However, you do not want to give them access to your on-premise solution. You can make use of the ecosystem whereby you can share data to your ecosystem, your vendors, and give them access to specific tags that they need to actually do analysis on your data. Okay, so it limits or it reduces the security risk dramatically. Okay. So there's two different types of services in Aviva Connect, that being your data service, and that enables remote monitoring, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. Okay, so and being able to analyze the data that you're receiving or that's being received from your plant. Okay, and it also enables communities. So, like I mentioned, you can share data with your key partners. Okay, and once again, it's a self-service tool, so you can build dashboards and share it with your organization on the KPIs that you want them to have access to on a daily basis. Right? And you have libraries that's already in Aviva Connect, just a matter of dragging, dropping, and you're done. Okay. Okay, so some success stories. So one is actually at home here in Nigeria. Okay, so one of our biggest success stories is Nigeria LNG. Okay, so I'm actually going to play a little video on the success story.
Vision is to be a global LNG company helping to build a better Nigeria. 2018, NLNG decided to look at technology as a means to help drive improvements. And at that point in time, the digital twin was seen as one of the enablers to support that. One of the biggest challenges was understanding what it means, right? And trying to convince stakeholders around the value of investing in something that no one understood or knew about. In going this route, it was a choice about who to go with, right? And we were looking for a partner. And we looked at several options in the market. We looked at Schneider Aviva for a number of reasons. First, our DCS, our safeguarding systems are all Schneider. Our training simulator is built by Aviva. We had 3D models developed by Aviva. That plus the fact that we had many years, 20 plus years of working relationship, harmonious relationship, quite cordial. It was almost a no-brainer to go with Aviva. So in executing the project, we decided to take a phased approach, and the first phase was 1 train, and then we've now scaled in the second phase, which we call it phase 1.1, to the additional 5 trains. So all our trains are now being built with the digital twin. Phase 2, we hope to go to the cloud. We're building an Azure data platform, migrating some of our workloads from on-prem servers to the cloud. The fact that mobility is also becoming a lot more important for us is also a motivation for us to move to the cloud. In terms of scope, we have a few scope items. We have an information management model, which really is at the heart of the digital twin. We've integrated about 15 data sources. We also have a predictive analytics model, which incorporates production optimization, asset integrity information, providing a mimic of the plant in terms of data models. We also included Aviva E3D, Aviva engineering, instrumentation, and all of that to support our project processes. But I think also the document management system is also a big hit with the technologists, because rather than spending hours looking for documents, now in 3 clicks, in less than a minute, you can pull up all the relevant information that you have. So the LNG plant is in Bonny Island, and you've got Port Harcourt, which is several kilometers away. And one of the things that the digital twin has done is, rather than coming to the plant just to take measurements or to look at where things are, people don't have to travel. From a safety perspective, the less people you have on site, the less people that can get in harm's way, and that supports Goal Zero for us. And even in testing the models, got a few finds. And one of those was a failure that was pending that we could deal with. The fact that we could detect and catch that issue before it happened potentially prevented a train trip. And an outage of a train for us is a big deal because that's 12 hours of production loss. If we do a post-implementation review of the investment we made on the original digital twin, I would say it's paid for itself. And this is just the beginning. We will continue to scale and we will do even more. And we will continue to work with Aviva.
Okay, so that was actually at home here in Nigeria, right? So one of the other ones, now one of the other success stories is actually Petronas in Malaysia. Now they actually utilized the UOC, Unified Operations Center, and the Aviva Pi system. So they required large volumes of data to be integrated and curated and condensed into an absorbable view to empower the workforce. Okay. And if you play the next video, I actually want to demonstrate what the UOC is all about. And this is an example of an upstream UOC.
Window into the dynamic landscape of their global oil and gas upstream enterprise. This digital vantage point provides a holistic, high-level overview of the company's current operational panorama, where they identify all of their onshore wells and offshore FPSOs. The VP gauges the performance of their enterprise through key operational pillars. Most importantly, KPIs surrounding information around performance and sustainability. These include the oil, gas, and water production targets, plan versus actual measurements, and sustainability targets such as CO2, NOx, and SOx emissions. This enables them to understand how the enterprise is meeting its high-level targets and how any issues are impacting the bigger picture. Within this comprehensive view, our VP can observe a world map adorned with pins representing a strategic location where their crude oil drilling operations thrive. These pins are color-coded according to the legend visible on the top of the map. Notably, they can see
Okay, sorry about that. Seems to be having some technical difficulties.
window into the dynamic landscape of their global oil and gas upstream enterprise. This digital vantage point provides a holistic, high-level overview of the company's current operational panorama, where they identify all of their onshore wells and offshore FPSOs. The VP gauges the performance of their enterprise through key operational pillars. Most importantly, KPIs surrounding information around performance and sustainability. These include the oil, gas, and water production targets, plan versus actual measurements, and sustainability targets such as CO2, NOx, and SOx emissions. This enables them to understand how the enterprise is meeting its high-level targets and how any issues are impacting the bigger picture. Within this comprehensive view, our VP can observe a world map adorned with pins representing a strategic location where their crude oil drilling operations thrive. These pins are color-coded according to the legend visible on the top of the map. Notably, they can see one site that contain errors and warnings, signaling an operational challenge which will need to be investigated. After gaining this comprehensive insight into the current state of their operations, the VP recognizes the need for further investigation at the sites with issues. They request that the operations team investigate these, starting with the issue at FPSO 02 asset, but filtering out only the FPSO assets first to compare with others as well. The operations team view an array of KPIs to offer a comprehensive overview of the FPSO's performance, including key KPIs surrounding the key operational pillars which were displayed on the enterprise level, but tailored specifically to the dynamics of the FPSOs. The operations team can see there is a warning associated to FPSO 02. They select the asset from the map to see a pop-up showing the asset's specific PI data and current operating parameters. The operations team visualize KPIs specific to the alarming asset, enabling them to look deeper into the status of the FPSO's operation. They can see live CCTV footage of the asset at various areas, alongside key operational parameters. From here, other assets can also be viewed, such as the drilling rig and its current status, and other real-time information such as completions currently underway or emissions. The operations team open an asset page where they can see a list of all pumps based on board. They can see an overview of their pumps, where they are and its availability, allowing them to quickly react to the situation. They see the deviation in pump J9002A. This chemical pump feeds the drag reducer and is critical to the FPSO continuing to operate. Drag reducers allow the lines to not have deposits, limiting the volume of flow in the flow lines, and could require an ESD emergency shutdown of the operations due to plugging of the flow lines. They drill down further into the pump to understand more about the issue. Here, they instantly get a view of contextualized, real-time data for the pump, where they can view key operational information around the asset and see how some of the main components of the pump are performing. After reviewing this screen, the issue may require further investigation. These details allow the operator and the engineers to perform or determine corrective actions. The operations team then view the engineering data associated to the pump. They view the PFD diagram to view the connected tank and all process details. They can also see when the asset was last maintained by the on-site team. By applying AI, they get more insight into what's happening by viewing the contributing signal issues from the pump. They view the overall model residual, which is an indicator of overall asset health. The high value indicates to them that something is going wrong. This can also include past maintenance and repairs completed on this pump, and if is still viable or a replacement is necessary. From the overall model residual trend, they can see which signal is contributing the most and see analysis of what is the most likely cause of the issue. The operations team can clearly see that the root cause is that the shaft balance needs changing. By deep diving into the fault diagnostics, they get more information about the faults and receive instruction on the next steps to follow to resolve the issue. The operations team can now schedule the maintenance of the assets that require maintenance, using the information they have found from different data sources to provide a full picture of the situation to the relevant teams. They can easily fill out all the information required, then assign it to the relevant team to increase the time to action. After being notified that the operations team started the process to get the alarming assets maintained, our VP now has a gateway to enhanced insights through reporting. These visualizations provide a strategic perspective on the interplay of environmental factors and energy output, and can help the VP to understand the impact that these issues have had on the enterprise's production targets. Navigating through this wealth of information empowers executives to make informed decisions, steering power operations towards unparalleled heights of performance and sustainability.
Okay, so hopefully that's some insight into what we actually do and how we can actually assist you. And like I said, we don't sell software, we sell solutions. So if you need any assistance, feel free to come to our stand and we can provide you with assistance and maybe even take you through the entire portfolio of more than 100 different softwares that we have. Okay. Thank you, everyone. And this is our local representative in Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kabir, for that excellent presentation. So basically, what I've learned today is how we can positively introduce technology into the energy system via automation and other processes. And then, I don't know if you have questions for Sir. We have brief questions, so you can just, yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Philip Chukudi. I have a few questions for you, Mr. Kavir. I don't know if I'm right with that name.
No, that's correct.
All right. You talked about remote access in the softwares and a lot of them. So, having being a remote access, it means it will route over the internet to get to its destination. So, my first question is, how safe and secure is your software against cyber attack? You know how the world is running every day by day, and there is a lot of cyber attacks. That is one of the questions. I don't know if I should list all of them or I should give you one after the other. I have 4 of them.
Okay, so let me answer the first one. Okay, so basically the first point or the first deployment from remote assets is within your internal network. Okay, it makes use of your LAN WAN kind of setup. Okay, so as long as your organization is secure, the software is secure. Right? And in terms of the cloud, Aviva has stringent compliance that they need to meet. So it's actually extremely secure. It's actually more secure than an organization would be. Okay.
The second question is, as you're building, if I get you right, Aviva Select builds involve implementation, design and implementation of projects. Am I right?
So we sell softwares to actually enable you to complete those.
Okay, to complete,
Yeah.
yes. So my question is, do you people implement environmental friendly policies on these softwares so that when these projects are completed, environmental safety are put in place? I don't know if you get it.
So yes, there is initiatives that we do take. There is teams that actually work with that, okay, to help guide you into accomplishing that environmental portion that you're looking for. There are teams that can actually help you go green or sustainable energy as well.
All right, the third one, I don't know if there are just many. You talked about data collection, consumers' data collection. How secure and how safe is consumers' data with Aviva Select?
So, like I mentioned earlier, the cybersecurity. Okay, so like I mentioned, there's 2 different types. You have on-premise, which is on your network, right? So basically, your IT infrastructure is your security, right? So you have things like authentication, 2-factor authentication to actually get into the system. Right? So you have all those protocols that's required. That's your normal industry protocols. And in the cloud, there's standards that need to be met, which Aviva is really stringent about. And if you need, we can actually have a discussion at the stand, and I can maybe take you through some documentation and show you what's required.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you so much for your contribution, and thank you, Mr. Kabiru. Please, do we have any other question? Okay, no other question. Thank you so much, sir. It was a wonderful section.
Okay, thanks for having me. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. So we move on to the next section for the day. Sorry? Oh, okay. Hold on, sir. We're having a picture with you. Yes, sir. So while we are on it, just to let you know that the next section is going to be an insightful and informative section. It's going to be a thought-provoking section, and I hope that you're ready to learn, relearn, and unlearn. So let's get ready to be inspired and also be challenged at the end of the day. So the next session is going to be about how environmental, social, and governance factors can be integrated in the energy system and also can be integrated in business operations and lots more. So let's open our minds as we prepare to learn.
Yeah, thank you very much. So this session will be focused on integrating environment, social and governance factors in energy, investment, business development, and supply chain. And it is focused on the energy sector. Basically, the energy sector has seen a paradigm shift in recent years driven by growing concerns around climate change, social responsibility, and the need for robust governance practices. Integrating environment, social, and governance, that's ESG factors, into energy investment, business development, and supply chain operations is now seen as an essential to sustainable growth and long-term profitability. ESG considerations offer a framework for companies to align their operations with broader societal and environmental goals while maintaining financial success. And to discuss this today, I will be introducing our esteemed moderator and panelists. Our moderator for today is Ms. Ebelechukwu Chiatula, who is the lead Renewable Energy Research, NNPC Research, Technology and Innovation Division. A round of applause for her, please.
Dr. Ebelechukwu Chiatula is the lead of Renewable Energies Research at NNPC RTI, specializing in sustainability and net zero initiatives. With a PhD in natural resources management, she focuses on renewable energy adoption, policy formulation, and emerging technologies to advance energy transition. An active member of the Nigerian Environmental Society, she collaborates with regulators and policymakers to shape impactful environmental policies. She is passionate about sustainability. She drives research and development efforts that promote long-term energy solutions and societal impact. With a round of applause, let's welcome Dr. Ebelechukwu. You're welcome, ma'am.
Welcome, Dr. Ebelechukwu. The speakers, the first on my list is Dr. Engineer George Papami S. Iwo, who is the CEO of Peggy's Global Service Limited. Please make your way to the stage.
Engineer Dr. George P.S. Iwo is a seasoned expert with over 20 years experience in the oil and gas industry, pioneering innovations in electrical, submersible pumps, ESP technology, well integrity, and HSE management at NOAC, now Owando. As CEO of Peggy's Global Services, he drives strategic partnerships and industry-leading solutions. Beyond engineering, Dr. Iwo is a passionate mentor and a philanthropist, empowering young professionals across Africa, a recipient of numerous local and international awards, including the SPE Presidential Award. His contributions continue to shape the future of oil and gas operations in Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. You're welcome, sir.
Please a round of applause for him again. Our next speaker is Ms. Rukeba Oloko, who is the Executive Secretary, Lawyers in Energy Network, Managing Partner, Broomshire Legal. Please, a round of applause as she makes her way to the stage.
Mrs. Rakiba Oloko is the Executive Secretary of Lawyers in Energy Network and Managing Partner at Broomshire Legal. With 15 years experience in the energy sector, she began as a journalist, covering energy events before transitioning to law. She holds an LLB from University of Ilorin and an LLM from Obafemi Awolowo University, where she is currently pursuing an MPhil focused on sustainable energy transition. She founded the Lawyers in Energy Network to strengthen legal frameworks in the industry. Through her legal practice, she helps energy clients navigate complex legal landscapes, driving business growth and policy development in Nigeria's evolving energy sector. You're welcome, ma. We are happy to have you.
All right. Thank you for that. Apologies for murdering your name. Miss Rakuiba Oloko. Did I get that correctly? Rekiba Oloko. Thank you for that correction, ma.
We are sorry, ma, for murdering your name.
So the next on my list is Mr. Silas Ajimijaye. Please, a round of applause as he makes his way to the stage.
Mr. Silas Omomehin Ajimijaye is a seasoned professional with over 30 years of experience in leadership, health and safety, quality assurance, corporate planning, research and project management across oil and gas, energy, manufacturing, logistics and environmental services. He has led strategic leadership roles, driving innovation, stakeholder engagement, and operational excellence. With expertise in offshore and onshore construction, safety system, business analytics, and community relations, Silas has successfully delivered major projects, including oil platforms, pipelines, and gas plants. A peak performance coach, ordained pastor, and inspirational speaker, he combines technical proficiency with leadership, monitoring, and collaboration to achieve transformative results. You're welcome, sir. We are glad to have you.
All right. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him once again. So our final speaker for today is Miss Joy Osomiame, who is Partnership and Programs Lead for G-Cell Network, London area, United Kingdom. You're welcome.
Ms. Joy Osomiamhe is a governance and sustainability specialist with over a decade of experience in ESG-aligned projects, policy and risk management in the environment and energy transition space. As a curator of the Global Sustainable Energy and Leadership Conference and founder of Africa's Scholarship Care Initiative, she drives global collaboration on climate governance and education reform. With an MBA, MSc, and a doctorate in business administration in progress, she brings expertise in project delivery, stakeholder management, and policy implementation. A Prince 2 practitioner and a certified Scrum SCRUM master, she integrates ESG principles into governance framework to advance sustainable finance, climate and adaptation, and resilient economic growth in emerging markets. You're welcome, Ms. Joy. We are glad to have you.
All right. Having introduced the moderator and the panelists, we'll then hand the mic over to Dr. Ebele Chukwu to take up the conversation. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. I mean, the introductions were something to behold. I hope we are listening, because for me, I can remember many things. I remember doctors, I remember UK, I remember seasoned and experienced people. I remember Miss Rakiba, because so it's just something to take home from all the introductions. I'm happy to be here to be moderating this conversation between very interesting people like yourself, professionals, and people who are in the industry to make things better. I was just going to ask for another mic, but it's there. So we have mics just beside you. And this shouldn't take us too long. It's just about an hour. We have a few questions, maybe take 2 questions each, and then we'll move on to our lovely audience, because I believe they look very eager to ask questions. Sir, you have some questions for us already? So we're going to take 2 questions from the panelists, and then we'll move on to the audience, and we'll come back to you for like a wrap-up note. If I can plead with you to take about 2 minutes, maybe. Mr. Akibi, I'm looking at you because you are lawyers in Energy Network. But I know you will defeat that stereotype today. Yes, I believe you will. So please, let's just have our phones on silent if you're in the audience, and let's listen to our able panelists and see what they have for us, okay? 2 minutes, 6 questions, we'll go round, and then we'll come back for another set before we move on to the audience. So thank you very much. Mr. George, I'm going to start with you. You are a CEO with a lot of experience in the oil and gas industry, and ESG now is something that a lot of companies has to integrate into their processes and their businesses. As an organization, what do you see as some of the challenges that they have in achieving this social sustainability amidst all the legal, regulatory, and industry practices and guidelines they have to align to? And does this affect business operations in some way? You have your mic here, sir, over there.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for the privilege to speak in this workshop. When I was called upon and invited, I got so thrilled that I'm going to be experiencing this section and then show forth my wealth of experience. Now, everybody knows that it is of time that the ESG has come to stay, where the environment, the social, and the governance have become part and parcel of what power and what energy has in place. It is no news that everybody is trying to talk about energy transition, energy transition. And energy in different facets of life has affected most of us. In fact, I can say that most people that can afford it are now transiting from the normal fossil fuel to clean gas, maybe gas, basically gas, or renewable energies. The global impact now and decision is talking more about renewable energy. And my company is not far-fetched. We are dealing seriously on renewable energy now. And also what we have done in my company is to see that the advent of carbon emission is reduced by the introduction of renewable energy. Now we know that there are several renewable energies in the world, but the three of them are more catchy and more available within us. And we're talking about the sun, the solar energy. We're talking about the wind that's available everywhere, and then the hydro. Now, I'm not talking about hydrogen, I'm talking about hydro water. So these three are things that we are practically thinking and doing something about. Of course, if you are privileged to come to my office or my warehouse, you will see that our emission of carbon has drastically reduced because we switch power to ensure that we deal with more of renewable energies, talking about the solar. Recently, in course of my research, I'm trying to make sure that because the solar is not enough to be able to give us the abundance of energy we desire in the office or in our workshops. So we're trying to delve into something else so that we can have better, more power. And recently I delved into what they call the turbine. And I won't be surprised if some of you already know about the turbine. Now the turbine now works alongside with the monocrystalline panels, solar panels, and the polycrystalline solar panels. And they work alongside to be able to give you enough power 24/7 and then give you the desired energy you want. That had made us presently get less use of anything that has to do with carbon emission. In fact, it will interest you to know that on weekends and when after work, we switch over totally, not using anything that has to do with PHED, not doing anything that has to do with generators. We only deal on renewables. And that social impact, that governance that had been so far preached, is now being implemented. And our environment is more safer now. I can bet you that even as we progress, I will tell you more about how we can use this effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing that. I hear you say you are switching to renewables at your operations, and this is saving you some costs and is also allowing you to enjoy the benefits of a cleaner, more sustainable environment. I'll move over to Mr. Akiba now. From what you've said, Mr. George has told us some of the experiences they have with achieving that sort of sustainable environment at their operations. Can you share with us some of the regulatory guidelines that you think can support this integration, especially looking at the ESG metrics, and how do businesses and organizations, say, interact with these regulations? Do they serve as enablers for their business, Or do you think there are things that would restrict their business operations?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to say a big thank you to the organizers of N.I.E.S Technical Workshop for inviting me here to share my thoughts with you. I don't know whether you have this magic somewhere. How did you know that I'm going to speak? I have so many notes prepared. So when they gave me the topic, I had to prepare like over 20 notes, talking points. So I don't know. I will just try to be as very brief as possible. For the legal regulatory framework, there is no singular regulatory framework regulating ESG. They continue to evolve as law evolves every year, and as things develop, new laws will always come up. And we have different laws that regulate ESG depending on the region or the country that this applies to. So for the impact of the companies, ESG's impact, there is a risk of non-compliance. So legal organizations have to be very careful when administering ESG policies to be able to ensure that they comply with the current regulatory framework as prescribed in either for Nigeria, we have the PIA, we also have the Climate Change Act, we have the Environmental Impacts Act laws. For the European community or the European countries, we have some laws too there. We have some laws like the Paris Agreement and thereabout. Like I said, I've come prepared, so I'll just give you just a few ones. So like I was saying concerning the impact of these ESGs on companies, first is going to increase administrative efforts, as these new regulations often mean additional reporting. So these companies will need to adapt to administrative policies to ensure that they meet all their legal requirements. So it just means that we need to have, the companies will need to have more efforts in their administration in ensuring that these ESGs, that is the environmental, social, and governance of their companies, are up to par. Then another impact is that it just ensures that there's more transparency and openness in how these organizations prepare or govern their companies as in respect to these ESG rules and practices. Then we also have the opportunities that it creates, that it allows the companies open up to investors. So if your company's ESG practices are up to date, it creates transparency for your company. So with this, it invites investors' trust. You gain more investors' confidence in your company's activities. Then it also ensures that you have your customers and employees are happy with whatever things you do. For we in the network, what we just try to do is that we try to ensure that we ensure that our members are up to date about most of these ESG regulations.
Fantastic, Mama. I truly appreciate.
So you see, when I said I've come with notes prepared, so just please forgive me.
No, we want to hear from you. Honestly, okay. We just want to give other people.
Okay, thank you. I'll pause here.
Please, thank you. But I hear you say, ESG is dynamic because it's essentially a human thing, and the laws are moving, changing, and shaping as we go along, from both national regulations to international regulations, and across industries as well. Talked about the PIA, which is wholly an oil and gas thing, but for environmental impact assessment, that's resident under the Ministry of Environment. So we have all of this merging together to come, to bring ESG to bear for a lot of people. So as this dynamic, we ourselves have to be dynamic. But as you critically mentioned, businesses have to look at administration a little more because it requires you to report more and then put a lot of things in perspective. But I hear you talk about the benefits as well. I hear you mention it's good for people in the organization because they get to see the benefits, they create transparency, and it allows investors to have confidence. So it's definitely bringing a lot of positive. So it's a bit of an enabler out there if they fix it right in the organization, and that's truly important. Thank you, Ms. Rekiba. I'll move over to you, Mr. Pastor Ajimajaye. Did I pronounce that correctly? Okay. Okay, maybe I'll go with Silas instead. Okay, that's great. So I believe you've had a lot of experience in the oil and gas industry, especially from the NCDMB, over 25 years, if I remember correctly from the profile. And with your experience and your current role, how can you say Nigeria should approach standardization of ESG metrics, especially monitoring and reporting? And Ms. Rakibe has just said it's a bit of a complex issue, putting all that regulation and policies together. How do you say Nigeria should approach this? If you can speak to us Nigerians, your 200 million. How we go?
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. And thanks to my co-panelists, and thanks to the organizers of this event, especially the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, which we were also part of that ministry, and the federal government of Nigeria for providing this type of enabling environment for us to discuss issues as this. Interestingly, our country have robust laws, just as the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources mentioned today. Apart from the laws that my colleague mentioned earlier, we also have regulations and guidelines that have been put in place by our organization, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, also an NUPRC, as well as NMDPRA, to cater for environmental impacts, to ensure that our country is in line and sustainable. You will find out that the global reporting initiatives, even the SASB and so on, we are all subscribers to all these international initiatives in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, if you look at the PRA, you see how robust the law is, like gas flaring, venting, and methane emission. We have regulations. We have so many, even decommissioning, name it. We have a lot of regulations here. I don't want to begin to read them out for you to show that Nigeria is in line. Then the other part is that you find that the international oil and gas companies operating in Nigeria, I spoke to a lot of them during the course of this assignment. I realized that even initially, and even from my experience working with the oil majors and in international service companies, you find that they are already complying with the ESG factors in environmental impact, social responsible, health, safety, environment, impact assessment. In fact, to work in some of these places, you have to be certified to the highest level to be able to practice in our country, Nigeria. And we have international and even certification bodies that are up to date in this aspect. And to talk about governance is something that is robustly covered in our laws. And you will see that for NCDMB, for instance, before you have any of our certifications, we have to ensure that your company is properly registered and you are conforming to these international norms as set in place by NUPRC and the other agencies.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Smack on time, to be honest. And You said it here that we have a lot of regulations already, and NCDMB facilitates that by ensuring that people we work with externally from, regionally or internationally conform to those regulations, because we are also signatories to some of those accords and agreements, and we conform to some of those regulations and guidelines as well. So we thank you, NCDMB, for protecting Nigeria and for making sure that ESG trickles down as far as it goes. I'll move over now to Ms. Joy. We have talked a lot about the regulation and ESG, and we also started with Mr. George here talking about energy transition. And energy transition creates its own impact. I mean, you have social impacts arising from this, because some people say it's moving from one job to the other. Can you just give us some sort of impacts we expect to see, especially in the African energy sector, from your experience?
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I'd like to thank the organizers of NIES and then the invitation. It means a lot to me. I really like to describe myself as a just energy transition advocate, but people say, no, you are beyond that. I would like to take a quote from the OPEC Secretary General, and he says that this is just from the existing protocol we all understand from the Paris Agreement, that says there are no single pathways in achieving this Paris Agreement, and the common goal is reducing emission. So just like the regions are different, and so our energy needs are different and our environments are different. So in Africa, we are not in a place here. So when we are at spaces in the EU or spaces in World Economic Forum discussing decarbonization and all of that, we need to understand that where we sit as a nation or as a regional climb is we are still babies in the game. So we are still in industrialization phase. It is good that it's an opportunity that we are knowledgeable about the whole decarbonization goal. But if you look at it holistically, you will still see that Africa as a continent, not Nigeria, but Africa as a continent, contributes less than 3.5% to global emission problems. There are opportunities here. We can take advantage of the carbon market. You can see some regions are saying, drill, baby, drill, and some are saying we have to achieve absolute go green. And then with the invention of the new president of the US aligning to the drill, baby, drill agenda, there's been a lot of uncertainties and disparities. I don't know if you are aware of the recent information about the big banks pulling out of the Net Zero Alliance. And if we trickle this down, it keeps us kind of internally displaced because we do not know where to align. And one thing I would like to say is not what drives innovation or what drives growth in an economy it's not just the government, it's businesses that drive growth in the economy. And when we say businesses drive growth, they need to be accountable CSR. And the largest number of emissions that come into our ecosystem comes from fossil fuel. As a traditional dependent economy of fossil fuel, we now need to liaise with these E&P companies. Now you are exploring, now you are messing up our environment. What can you do to become more accountable to the people? So that's where ESG comes into play. So there is environment, stop polluting. There is social. Sustainability talks about people and planet. How do the people and planet strive? The people cannot strive without the planet also striving. Will the people do well without the planet suffer? No. So we have to find a way, create a proper model in a way where the people and the planet can actually strive. That's why we talk about social and all those metrics on equity, diversity, and inclusion, and different metrics came on board for the social aspect of ESG. And now one most important thing is governance. I will take a leave from, I have listened to various panel sessions today, and it's important I kind of imbibe them in my conversation. So there's something very important that I think, is it the chairman of LLNG or something? He said something very important today, and government plays a very big role, especially in developing nations like Nigeria. So we shouldn't restrict governance just to regulations.
Yeah.
We need to do better than regulations. And with the energy transition, it's an opportunity. Yes, it's an opportunity. Energy transition is an opportunity. But at the same time, are we ready? Is our ecosystem ready for a just energy transition? And when we say just energy transition, we are not saying that we cannot completely take away fossil fuel. But what we can do is, just energy transition is identify alternative means of energy and include them in our system just to reduce, the whole goal is to reduce carbon emission. And one thing I want to talk about here today, I will stop here, is about the carbon market.
Okay.
There's a lot of gap and discrepancy. I realize that people from my regional climb do not take advantage of the carbon market. And I wonder why, because I would take this question, I was just listening to you speak, sir. Is he Sir Ipo? Sorry if I...
Judge Iwo.
You talked about your significantly reduced emission with your operations, and you talked about. I wanted to just understand that is this act, is it more of an economic decision, or it's rather to align with the Paris Agreement? And if you have actually reduced emission, how well are you taking? What's the data interpretation of what you have done, and how well are you taking advantage of the carbon market? Because that is where we should be going now. How to harmonize all the thoughts or harmonize all the impacts. All the companies that are transitioning from PMS to CNG. This is a very drastic way of reducing emission. How well are we connecting it together and taking advantage of the carbon market? I'm here to learn as much as I want to speak.
No, you have so many important questions you have put before us.
Thank you.
I hope we'll, as panelists, be able to dissect some of those questions to the audience. But most importantly, what you've said is that the Africa's vision for energy should be something that works for Africa. Okay, and that's what I'm picking up here. So whatever the regulations, whatever the laws, they are for the people, and the people have to be part and parcel of that vision. And so transition or no transition, energy has to be available. And whatever other opportunities comes from the transition market or the new energy future, we as Africans take advantage of that, the carbon credit markets and all other opportunities that are in line, and we appreciate that. We're going to have to dissect that question very soon, Ms. Joy. But let's see if we can just squeeze in one more round with the panelists before we go on to the audience. I'm going to go back to you, Mr. George. You've talked about how your operations have transited, trying to include other forms of energy. And we know that Africa, like she has mentioned, still has a huge energy access gap and even energy security gap. So how do you think that organizations like yours can help to bridge that gap and enhance the social impacts of their businesses across Nigeria?
Thank you again one more time. And Ms. Joy, thanks for that question. I'm going to explain better for you much more, even after the panel, but it's for both reasons. Both for economic status and for the environment and social and governance as well. All are inclusive. And it's been very, very good for us. And by the time I talk more about it, you will understand why everybody should practice it, because it's good for all, after all, health-wise and otherwise. Coming back to your question, my company is deliberate on this. We are deliberate on ensuring that we bring forth this energy transition without totally forgetting about fossil fuel. Like you rightly mentioned, you're right. We can't totally forget about carbon, about fossil fuel. We'll still have to deal with it. In fact, research has shown that in the next 5 to 6 decades, we will still depend so more on carbon, on carbon. So if fossil fuel are there, it's good. But because of health and because of the transition that we need as to align with governance and the social responsibility we're talking about here, it is also good to be able to imbibe other sources of energy. And this is what we practice. So in my company, we have a deliberate effort. And it might be capital intensive to try and start at first time, at implementation. But over a period of time, it becomes just maintenance is almost like zero, so you don't spend more. So what we have done, like you asked, is to see that what we are doing is not just benefiting us, it's also something that we can benefit people around the neighborhood. And it will interest you to know that we are not just stopping there. We are now trying to have the sun, the solar light being transformed to electricity. We are using the wind being transformed to electricity. And now we are inventing, trying to make research on how we can do hydro. Now, I've seen clips of videos where hydro, with the use of blades and trying to cause some kind of vortex, in the flow of water, creates, little current for one to use. And this has been done in a very small measure. So research is already on now with some electrical engineers to see how we can maximize this. Our creeks, the creeks know that. I come from the Niger Delta, and I know that they are suffering from electricity. But they have abundance of water around there. So building a small pool, a small lake, and ensuring that you bring that vortex into play creates electricity. And this is something that is being studied. I've just been discussing one or two persons to collaborate so that we can be able to make sure that this comes to the limelight. Because after all, it is good for us in governance, it's good for social responsibility, and it helps our environment. That notwithstanding, like I said, we're not totally forgetting that we have to still deal with what we have. We have the fossil fuel, we need to still drill, bring the production, but we have to make sure that we bring it up in a much more desirable and health manner, without flaring, without ensuring that the carbon market that we need comes to play. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I mean, you've hit the nail right on the head. He has said it. His organization is doing CSR, extending what they have learned and the energy they are getting from transition to others. But in addition to that, they are trying to innovate, using whatever resources they have available to create energy and then transmit that energy to those who need it. This is very laudable. I'm sure people here would like to know more on how that is done and know how they can be part of that research and bring forth something so impactful. I'm going to go over to Ms. Rakiba now. She was going to tell us the role that lawyers in Energy Network will play in bringing some of those regulations to play. And I would really want to hear about that. And if you can also share with us how legal teams in the oil and gas organizations can support bringing ESG metrics, like he has said, to play. Ms. Rakiba.
Okay, thank you so much. Like I was saying earlier, the role lawyers in energy play in all this is that we try as much as possible to provide the necessary information to our members. And when I talk about our members are legal practitioners in energy companies. We also have those that practice in law firms and all that, and also government parastatals. So for our members that practice in the in-house, what we give them is we give them access to all this information that they need, so that it helps them in helping the company make positive decisions when it comes to ESG. So another thing we do is that we try to bring in stakeholders together to analyze this current regulations and see if there's a need for change. We look for how to effect those change by providing alternative sources. For how legal teams can provide this impact, what we can do is legal practitioners needs to develop a very good understanding of the businesses they work in. For you to be able to advise your company, you have to have the knowledge of the business of what your company is into. That will give you the tools that you need to advise them on, juxtaposing it with the knowledge of the laws you have, marrying them together, you'll be able to better advise your company on steps to take steps to take for the best ESG practices to do. Another thing is to be able to stay on top of both local and international policies. If you don't have, if in-house councils don't have up-to-date information on local and international policies, how best can they advise their organizations on these policies? So we would also tell them that try to be a person that can anticipate all these changes. A very good legal practitioner in the energy space should be someone that can anticipate market trends and also political policies that would come into play in the market, so that you can give your company advance information and prepare them, so that when these policies come, it does not just come as a shock to them or news. Okay, I'll stop there before Madam Moderator tells me to pause.
Oh, ma'am, I believe there are some lawyers here that were nodding to your advice, because this is free career development advice. But it's great the work your organization is doing, providing that platform where legal practitioners can come together to understand the policy dynamics and also engage with regulation. And you also mentioned you do analysis on the regulations to see where there are gaps and push forward some sort of enhanced point of view from a legal perspective. And that's really important to know that some people are looking out for the rest of us here that may not understand everything in the legal document. Thank you so much for that perspective. Mr. Silas, now we'll get back to you, but before we do that, I would just like to ask the audience, I know that this is after lunch, but I've seen people writing down questions. Please write them down and make them as concise as possible. After this round, we are coming to you now. I'll even stand up and come and meet you one by one. Maybe you make it classroom style, Abby. So just keep your questions down. Please don't feel like there's any question that is too small or it's not important. The panelists are here with their variety of experience and diversity of opinions to help you, navigate whatever questions you have. So we are looking forward to those questions after this round. Mr. Silas, you have talked about how NCDMB is supporting the country and making sure that companies, organizations who come in align to some of those ESG policies that have been put in place. But can you just give us some sort of advice? Because I know there are some other indigenous oil and gas companies or energy companies seated here right now. And can you help them with some sort of advice on how to navigate that ESG space, especially in their supply chain, being that some of them also engage in sourcing for energy? Like he has said, he has given us his own example. But what kind of advice will you give to other indigenous companies here?
Okay, thank you, moderator. The interesting thing is that when we talk about drill, baby, drill, it is not equal to abandoning the ESG factors. These so-called indigenous companies are doing a lot of exploits, even in attracting international funding, because they have already aligned their business to the ESG goals. A company like Seplat, for instance, they are on the London Stock Exchange, which is a Nigerian company. If you go to their website, you see how they have a robust policies and guidelines to guide their operations to ensure they conform to the environment, social, and governance factors comparable to the best in the world. Note that, for instance, we have a company, N.I.E.S, that we are investors in that company. The same thing. They are already playing in the carbon credit market. Same with Watersmith refineries. All these, they are members, strong members of the IPPG. This Nigerian company, they are doing same. And the way we have structured our instruments, let's talk about the Nigerian Content Equipment Certificate, Nigerian Content Compliance Certificates, the Nigerian Community Content Guidelines. All these are intertwined into the PIA, and the PIA was long in coming. Now that we have it, it has been benchmarked to the best we can have all over the world. Now, But one more thing is that you find that these international oil and gas companies and the indigenous companies, those contractors that work with them, we have some tools, templates, and guidelines that ensure that whoever is working with them conforms to these ESG factors. And then the advice is that when you hear drill, baby, drill, don't abandon those things that you have to do in environment, in social, in governance, in your, for instance, your environment safety and health impact assessment. You should not throw them to the wind, especially the Nigerian companies. Let me give you one more thing.
Yes, sir.
We have what we call the Project 100 companies in NCDMB, for instance, where we select companies across board, and we train them on most of these things that we are talking about there. I don't want to go to details because of the time.
Yeah.
Both in financing, you know you have ESG factors for the financing aspect, apart from the environmental aspect, apart from the social aspect, apart from recognizing and respecting your communities and their sites and the environmental impact, apart from the audit and the impact assessment. All these things are incorporated, and we are training Nigerian companies to ensure that they conform to international standards. You just note that Nigeria, we are not really so backward, especially we are not as backward as the media says or as it seems. You find that an average Nigerian company nowadays is well aware of what they have to do to even play in the international oil and gas industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That's fantastic and encouraging to hear. We are better than we think we are. I think that's what I'm taking from you. We are better than we think we are. So Nigeria has stepped up, and we are playing in international markets. You've given us solid examples that we can reference. You've also said what you're doing to support other indigenous companies with the Project 100 to put them up to speed. I'm going to pivot from there and ask Ms. Joy, with all of this going on and how indigenous companies are moving forward, what role do you think that corporate governance will play in maintaining that transparency? I mean, Mr. Akiba mentioned transparency as one of the biggest benefits you get from ESG. So what role do you think corporate governance will play in that, and how does that help to improve ESG-related monitoring and reporting?
Thank you very much, Abdul, for the question. But in terms of governance, I don't know how well people understand when we say governance. I don't know what the understanding is in the room. So I want to go into the nitty-gritties of governance. So in governance, there are like 3 tiers of governance. So we would have the policy that talks about what companies do. And you have the next tier of governance that talks about the standards. That's what industries are supposed to do. And then you have the main tier of governance that talks about laws, how we can embed sustainable practices. And it can only work when the government actually incorporates it into law. So basically, what we suffer in Africa is this fragmented legal framework, and that's what gives the gap in ESG. Will I call you my learned colleague now? I'm just trying to get your name right. I kind of struggle with it. But I think in terms of the regulatory weakness, it's where there's a very big gap. I just learned about the RPA and all that. I will go and do my research, and then I come back to you if I could do some offline conversations. But it is good for us to see how we can actually, as lawyers, I'm not saying it's your responsibility, but you're obligated to actually influence policies to make this more viable and then more sustainable. I thank God for the ESG metrics or the ESG framework, because it has made CSR more accountable. It has given us reasons for companies to give us a more transparent and a more accountable way of interpreting their CSR projects. Having worked in CSR for over 10 years, I can tell you that this is one of the best things, especially going after the energy companies, whether E&Ps, whether mid or whether downstream. ESG has come to stay, and it's something we should really embrace. I want to go into local content now. Local content. I want to thank you very much for all I have read about local content. I don't have first-hand experience because of where I'm based. Because I'm based in the West, in the global North. But I understand that local content has actually improved and increased the visibility of local activists in the oil and gas sector. And that's very good. And that's the way the society or the economy will grow. But what do we need to do? How do you ensure regulations now to make these companies now that you have offshooted into the society more accountable? Because to make industries, to make a society work, it's businesses that drive growth and not government. My last point. Okay. I don't know if we are aware of BP. Everybody knows BP, right? So if we talk about BP used to be called, can I throw this question in now? Does anybody know BP?
I mean, I guess you mean Shell BP, right?
When you say BP, people say BP as British Petroleum. But you know that BP has renamed, BP is no longer British Petroleum now. BP is now called Beyond Petroleum. That's why when I would relate this back to what the OPEC SG said about other sources of energy.
Of course.
Just to reduce carbon emissions. That's the goal. That's the goal. So a local content, you have a role to play. You have so much role to play because you are offshooting companies into the society. How do we make them accountable? We have this, yes. And my learned colleague, I'm so sorry. We have a lot of work to do. I run a think tank in the UK, and we know how we go into the APPGs in the UK, and we try to recommend and ensure that policies. If you go to the UK Parliament every day, laws are coming on.
We have some audience now ready to ask some questions. I know you have a lot to contribute, and we hear you when you say, we all have to play our parts. And I see, what you're talking about in terms of the gap. But they have listed some regulations here and how they are impacting society. So maybe we also think about how we can create awareness among not just the industries, but among industry players as well, people who control these industries, to know that the regulations exist and then let them understand how they can implement some of these regulations and policies in their own businesses and in there, because she has mentioned a lot, and also playing in that space, I know there is a lot of ESG regulations from the Ministry of Labor down to the Ministry of Environment. They have a lot, but the problem is the awareness and the understanding in corporate governance. So I guess Ms. Rakiba will be talking to some of the company secretaries after this, and she will be pushing that, they speak up more to let their number ones, the CEOs, the MDs understand that these exist, because they have this short time to come together.
Ebele, it's more about compliance. So what is the governance structure in place? We're talking about legal framework in a country to ensure that there is compliance, because we can't talk about accountability if there are no laws. So we first of all start by dealing with the laws, and then we ensure. So when you go, as we can also spring up job opportunities to create ESG compliance officers, and they go into these companies to check their books and accountability.
Most definitely. Most definitely. So that's why I said we take the conversation offline. Like we said, you have Ms. Rakiba, you have Mr. Silas here, you have Mr. George, and some other people, so that we find a way to put all of that energy together. I mean, with your think tank and with what we know, we can create a space that allows the platform for people to understand how these work. But I want the audience to take a part in this conversation. I have 3 hands up already, and I'm standing up for you right now. I know we have someone around to pass the mic, but I do not want to miss any question from the audience, please. Can we take one mic from here and leave it there as well? Okay. So please, if you're from the audience, just a minute to ask your question. Just give us your name and your question. And if it's directed to someone specific, you can do that. But if you want any panelists to answer, still say. Thank you. The mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for such an insightful panel session. So my first question is directed to Ms. Rakiba. For people
Question, please, per person. I know you have more, but let's take one question. We'll come back to you.
No problem. So for people that do not have this law background, people that are not, they don't really understand the regulatory framework, what can you advise companies? Is it good for them to, let's say, hire an ESG expert or a lawyer who can keep them abreast with what's happening in the field?
Let's just take all the questions. I think that's for Ms. Rakiba, and she's noted that down. We have another hand up.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for setting up this wonderful event. My question is for you, sir. The turbine electricity production you talked about, is it available for industries or is it available for individual homes? And is it available now? This is very important to me because this Band A thing they've done in Abuja is terrible.
Oh, wow.
Each unit is over 225 naira. So with my fridge and freezer and other appliances, without AC, I'm spending nearly 2,000 naira per day. So I've turned off the big freezer. It's just the small one right now. We need alternative sources of energy. And I know solar can be expensive because of the batteries and all that. There are different kinds of batteries. So if the turbine is available, like right now, for individual homes, that would be great. Thank you.
That's a very important question. This one is burning on every audience mind. I think we had one more hand up here for a question. Oh, over there.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joseph Ude. Okay, the question is also directed to Ms. Rakiba, but before then, I hear you clear when you talked about Lego frameworks. I also hear sir saying that in the next 5 decades that we are not going away from fossil fuel. Now, I want to channel my questions to Ms. Rakiba. You've made effort in, you made a lot of interventions, but I think it's more directed to most of our senior players in the oil and gas industry. Now, I want to ask, what efforts are you also making for the interests of the people who bears the burden, especially at the areas where these oils are being drilled? You know, when you talk about environmental hazards, when you talk about oil spills and the rest of them. So how do you intervene for the sake of these ones who are bearing the burdens?
Ms. Rakiba.
Using Lego frameworks.
Wow, Ms. Rakiba has a lot to answer to. But before we take, before we take her on and burden her with all of this, we want to quickly hear from Mr. George concerning the Band A business. We have a lot of us here who are unable to, let me put it in Nigerian terms, with our full chests, afford electricity right now because it has become expensive. So, sir, what advice do you have for us? And she's asking critically, how soon will it be ready? This is your question because you are ready now to use it.
Thank you. I really want to actually portray this in this workshop, and I'm happy that you just pinpointed. And this is what I'm going to say. The turbine I'm talking about is incorporated into your inverter system, so it's not a standalone thing. That's one thing you should understand. So what I have incorporated is the turbine working alongside with the monocrystalline solar panels that gives you 24/7, light. When you use the monocrystalline solar panels and you don't have sun, or in the night, you're likely not to have light, right? But the wind is continuous 24/7, especially when you can elevate it to a standard where you can have good access to wind. And as far as the wind is there, continuously turning your turbines, you are likely to convert that wind energy through some magnetic influx to give you light through your inverter that you can use. And so it is not a standalone. So the second thing I want to tell you that it is available. It is everywhere. I didn't know about it. In fact, I was told that it's been in this country for over 2 years. And in the north, they use it. Even in Abuja, they use it. I started using it last year, and I was impressed with what I'm seeing. So it depends on what your money can carry you. Presently, I have installed one of 10 kVA,
And I've also installed another one of 20 kVA. And just imagine, a 20 kVA inverter supply is the same thing as what your 20 kVA generator will supply you. It's just a matter of sustainability in the conversion system through your inverter.
Thank you, sir.
I needed to explain better. You want me to stop there?
No, yes, we'll take a session.
So you can get, for the small one, you can get a 2 kVA, you can get a 5 kVA, and just as money can carry. I will talk to you more about him after this session.
Thank you. After, and he will take you there. Yes, I think that's the right way. He will take you there. So, Ms. Rakiba, let's hear from you.
Okay, for complaints that don't have the capacity on ESG, is that your question? What I would advise those companies to do is, because I'm an advocate of starting from inward. I would advise such companies to build their capacity by training their staffs on ESGs. It's not hard. There are so many trainings on that. Another thing they can do while they are doing that and developing in-house capacity, they can hire consultants. But basically what most organizations do is they just employ legal practitioners as in-house counsels. So when you look at organizations, you see that in-house counsels, especially for small companies, play so many roles. Apart from company sectorial duties, they also ensure compliance and all this, right? And for larger organizations, they divide those roles into company secretariats, dispute resolutions, and compliance. So it depends. So like I said, build your in-house capacity or hire outside consultants. And we can always work together with you. We have so many lawyers with us that they're trained to work in this field. So if you need them, we can always recommend. So for the guy that puts me on the spot, in terms of what the network is doing for communities, did I get that right? So I think the first thing to do is you need to engage. We engage our communities, right? We engage people. And since we are also part of the community, we know what's going on. So we engage them to know what their pains are, what they need. And if you listen to when I was talking earlier in some of the things the network do, I couldn't say a lot of all what we do because of time and the fear of Madam Moderator chastising me on this podium. Some of the things we do is we try to engage with these people, and when we do, we come back to meet with stakeholders and engage them and have discussions with them on some of the things that are not working and looking at how we can change it to work and imputing it in our laws and policies. So that's one of the things we do for, as lawyers in Energy Network. Another thing that we also do for this community is, because I know that only talk cannot do it sometimes, is that we engage in different aspects of dispute resolution mechanism. And when I talk about dispute resolution mechanism, I know the first thing people think about is litigation. But I want to say that that's always our last resort. Because for business to grow, you have to build relationships. So what we normally do is we first of all advocate for mediation. So in mediation, you bring the two parties together to discuss whatever issues or problem they are having and try to settle it amicably so that that ongoing relationship still subsists and you don't break it up. Then when you now see that both parties are not agreeing, you now move on to other mechanism of dispute resolution, and that's where your litigation comes in. But I personally, I am not really an advocate of litigation, because whenever two people go into litigation, it's always very difficult for them to come back together and have a continual business relationship. So what we normally advise, most importantly, is mediate between them. have a discussion about whatever issues you are having. So I hope I've been able to answer your question.
That's fantastic, Mr. Akiba. We have heard from Mr. George, Mr. Akiba, a learned colleague. Mr. Akiba said, mediate, 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 do not litigate. That's what I'm hearing from you right now. Mr. George will take you there. He has the pathway to the turbine and the relief from the Band A struggles. So with that, I don't think we have more time with the panelists. However, we want to take a last word of notes from the other two panelists to the questions we are not directed at. They have presented fantastic opportunities. So I'll move over to you, Mr. Silas. Give us a word of note, something we should go home with from this discussion. I mean, it has been engaging, but tell us something that you want us to go home with and not forget.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. To cut to the basics, Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board also has provided a lot of avenue for companies, even individuals, playing especially in the oil and gas space, to be able to do business and then conform to all the various regulations around environment, social, and governance. For instance, we have the centers of excellence in all the geopolitical zone, including a center of excellence for renewable energy.
Fantastic.
To bring out, and the local material substitution, to bring out solutions to ensure that in spite of the challenges of facilities and infrastructure, say power and so on, we are still able to do well in the country. And if there's anyone in the room, you have ideas, you have innovations, you have inventions, you have business ideas and so on in the ESG space, you are free to bring them up. We have funding, we have a research and development fund to assist in this direction. And we talk about, I mentioned the community content guidelines, for instance, which dovetail into the host community development trust in the PIA. So there's a lot of, and if you look at that host community development trust, and to my colleague from London, you know, there is a lot of harmonization of these laws within the HCD to address the challenges of the communities. And we have a lot of people that cater to the activists. But if you really want to do business in the energy sector, especially in oil and gas, come on board. There are so many things I have to say, but there's no time.
Thank you,
Just come
sir.
on board and let us collaborate.
Thank you, sir. I am taking home that you have money. That's what I heard. That's what he said. He said, yes, you heard it too. I heard it very loud and clear. You have money, sir, and we are coming for you. We are coming to help you spend that money. We move over to you, Ms. Joy. You have created an opportunity for us to think about ESG in a different manner here and identify all the opportunities we have as gaps and leverage on those to make our systems better. So what word do you have for us to take home and not forget today?
Okay, in spite of global challenges, I want to really reiterate that capital still goes into fossil fuel, be it foreign direct investment, be it loans, whatever. But the point I want to say, but there's a lot of knowledge gap among us, our youths, even in the government, even in the systems, a lot of knowledge gaps. So I would implore you all, especially the young minds that are really trying to get into the energy sector, to try and do a lot of read-ups, try and enrich yourself, because if you are not informed, you will be deformed, and you cannot have a place in the global space. So you need to kind of build yourself, equip yourself better, so that you can be able to challenge the status quo and say, why is this happening like this? This is not favorable for my regional climate. How do we tailor this to address our local needs? Because, yes, we understand that there are international standards, but they also need to look into the nitty-gritties of what communities need to be able to ensure that the whole accountability of the ESG and CSR are more impactful? Thank you very much.
Wonderful. She says, if you want to make a change, look in the mirror. That's what I heard. I don't know what you heard. But she says, if you want to make a change, you have to look in the mirror. Unfortunately, ma'am, we don't have time for more questions for the audience. Ma, 2 minutes is a lot of minutes. No, we'll give you 1 minute, but we have to ask that we get the mic across to you. So just give a second. And if you take the question, ma, you have to permit me. We will not give you the answer until we close this session.
No, it's an appeal.
Oh, it's an appeal.
I don't need any.
Oh, you have a comment. Yes,
it's
ma'am.
an appeal. It's a comment. Okay, my name is Amaliko Katrina Mariana.
Yes, ma'am.
I am I'm a CEO of a non-governmental organization
Welcome.
that works on a policy implementation solution in the oil and gas industry. I just want to appeal to the director, I think Mr. Silas. This is an opportunity I have been looking for.
Fantastic. He has the money, ma.
Yes. No, I'm not talking about money. I'm not talking about money. This is an opportunity I've been looking for before you came for this presentation. I really want to appeal to you. Our organization wants to be participating in your stakeholders forum. Sorry, do you understand where I'm going?
He has got you, man. So, ma, can we
stakeholders forum? We want to be participating. The other time I had
just send in a letter. That's all.
Okay, sir.
If I may, sir, you will have time immediately after this session. Walk up to him, follow him, and have that discussion with him after. We have heard you, and we are all witnesses now. We have witnesses, right? Should we sign? We have a learned colleague here. She can sign for you that we are witnesses to your engagement. So he will take care of you. We assure you that. So thank you so much for that comment. So Mr. Silas has a take-home assignment. We are going home today. Mr. Yakiba has 2. Mr. George has a couple, including me. And then I'll also go around to Ms. Joy. Let me take advantage of the opportunities you said. And I want to appreciate the audience for making this as lively, interesting, and both intellectually stimulating. And we look forward to having you all here another time. Thank you all, and do have a wonderful evening. I think there is picture session. Please don't leave.
Okay. Thank you very much to our esteemed panelists and moderator. So you can just step down. Dr. Victor, let's have the group photograph. Yes, step down, please. The top is not so strong. Yeah, please. This way. All right, thank you very much. As our panelists and moderator make their way out of the stage, this brings to an end the sessions for today. And we have a very important announcement to make, that tomorrow's session actually commences by 9 o'clock, not 1 p.m. as stated for the visitors tag. So tomorrow's session commences at 9 o'clock. Same place, same venue, right here at the workshop arena of the NIES 2025. At this juncture, we say good evening and have a restful evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. MC.